is 100% a solid conversation to start the day.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, the wedding ritual, you can do it, and it gives you a 30-day buff. You can't do it again unless your spouse dies. So, if once a month you kill your spouse, wipes the slate clean, I'm a widower, everything starts over, resurrect them, they come back and we get married, we could do this all year. We could take turns. I'll die every 2 months. She dies once a month. We're good.
See, this sounds completely insane until you realize it's supported by Raw. And the idea that, like, if you die, like, all enchantments or curses or what have you on the character
Clean slate.
And so this is honestly like
renewing your vows.
This is rules accurate ways to exploit a what level spell is this? First level spell.
Just take 1,000 gold diamond once a month, which you gotta be a pretty good adventurer to be getting that kind of turnaround, but still.
Death is only the beginning. Hell yeah. I did see a phenomenon.
There is no divorce in the Dungeons & Dragons universe. There is only...
And speaking of death is only the beginning, I would marry every one of that cast.
Yeah, same.
And then would need to revivify it. Yeah.
They go by Henry VIII rules. Yeah.
Oh, I was going to say, like, there's so many.
Henry VIII had divorces.
Didn't he start his own church because he wanted a divorce?
Correct.
Like, he killed the first 3 and then was like, I'm tired of all the work.
No, he divorced his
I don't
first
actually
wife.
know the
He
word.
divorced his first. Yeah.
Divorced,
Catherine of Aragon was
beheaded,
Catholic.
Died,
Yeah.
Divorced, beheaded, survived. Don't you know?
Yeah, of course.
The rhymes, etc.
I will say...
It's a kid jump roping, yeah.
His divorces were sort of annulments.
Yeah, that's...
I was going to say, the whole reason the divorce happened
was an annulment.
Okay,
well, it was tried to be an
annulment.
annulment. That's why we had to make a divorce thing.
He had a kid with her. So under normal annulment rules, you can't annul a spouse that you had a child with.
His argument was that she had sex before, which means it was cheating, and that doesn't count.
Because she'd been...
His brother, that she had
whomst among us
first, who then died before they had any kids, and she, depending on what you... Like, she claimed she had never had sex with him, or this, that, or the other, and he accepted that when he wanted to marry her, but then later when he wanted to divorce her, he claimed that she had lied, and therefore they were brother and sister based on church law, and that was why God wouldn't bless their union with a son.
So you gotta do it
because they were committing incest, and that was why they needed to be divorced.
You gotta do it for the lore. That's the important part, like the backstory.
I will go down this lore hole. Like,
there is quite a...
Go.
Did you call it a lore? Did you call it a lore hole? Okay.
I called it a lore hole.
Okay, just
a lot of information.
Not a lorry hole. That's different. But
it's a lorry hole. Yeah.
Oh Jesus!
I just made that joke. God damn it!
Did you? So sorry.
Immediately after.
I feel so bad now.
You said it's not a glory hole. I said it's a lorry hole.
I said it's not a lorry hole. Like,
oh, yeah. You mumbled it. I'm sorry.
You just did the man thing. That's what you just did.
You mumbled it. I could not understand you. I thought you said glory hole.
There we go.
My joke, whether you like it or not. I've been spoken over. I said, and it's a little too late now. That's a lot of information. Can you sing about it? What was the rhyme initially, Jen?
Divorced, beheaded, died. Divorced, beheaded, survived.
I will only accept information in the form of Schoolhouse Rock or an educational rap.
Yeah.
Okay, but you know that there is a musical called Six that is just about the wives of Henry VIII.
Is it themed also, by like Schoolhouse Rock
really
or is
many,
rap?
I'm not a musical
many
person,
versions
really
of Tudor history in movies, TV, etc. Like, yeah.
Darcy tries to get me to watch period pieces all the time, and I'm really just not interested.
Okay, but Wolf Hall recently came out, which follows specifically Thomas Cromwell, who was the advisor who was very involved in getting King Henry his divorce from Catherine of Aragon.
Yeah,
and
one of,
Mary
yes.
Evelyn, who was the first one that was executed, and then...
was she Aragorn's mom?
Yes.
Actually, no, he was probably older. Right?
All of Spain hates you right now. And the Catholic Church. And the church.
That was good. No, I like any type of documentary about Tommy C. It's always a good time. He's a.
Anyways, you should probably start the game because I will just talk.
I'm just saying, in terms of
Wow.
like period pieces, though, like if you need like get into without like Pride and Prejudice and Zombies was not what the book is great.
That was actually
the
pretty
movie
good.
was better than anticipated. Like
It was a
not
fun,
amazing,
a
better
fun
than
romp.
anticipated.
A very fun romp.
Yeah.
I also
Sense and Sensibilities and Sea Monsters was not as good though.
Yeah.
Like
I did not know that existed, but I need to watch that.
the authors have like 4 books. Not all of them are of equal quality. Skip the Sea Monsters.
No, Baby Driver is one of my all-time favorite movies, probably like top 5.
Right.
And the female
Sorry,
lead.
I forgot to calibrate for taste. Thank you. Yeah.
Great book too.
The female lead in that is a super shy waitress, and so seeing the same actress playing the shrew in Pride and Prejudice and Zombies was hilarious. Good depth of acting.
That's one of my favorite actors. Now I'm kidding. Moving on.
You don't even know who it is. Don't lie.
Johnny Depp? Yeah, he's a great actor. We're gonna move on. Hey, so instead of talking about other stuff,
Also, I'm sorry, I just looked it up. By the shrew in Pride and Prejudice, you mean Elizabeth.
I literally do not know any of the characters. I've never seen Pride and Prejudice and have no interest.
You mean Elizabeth. Okay. Everyone else who's listening, yeah. Okay. That's the shrew. Yeah. Okay.
I also haven't seen it in like 10 years.
Ghost Cat.
That's a nice effect. Yeah.
Who
I appreciate that the cat is there, but the scratching post or whatever is not.
The cat tree that is what she's on.
Yeah, mine is off screen.
It makes me happy that we've got, like, as we get together, just have like a full 30 minutes of just dumb bullshit. It makes me so happy.
That really sounds like us.
This is gonna be our last time.
Until the next one.
Our big goodbye.
At some point,
there should be a musical number.
There will be a musical send off. We're working on that. It's actually a 6-part streaming piece. It's going to be on our Patreon. So.
Wait, we have a Patreon?
I was gonna say, do we have a Patreon?
There is technically a Patreon for.
Allegedly, there is one. I'd be curious. I don't know what the content is on it.
I don't know that there is any content on there. I know you guys used to talk about putting content on there, but I think at this point it's just kind of a place for like people who like us to be like, have a little.
If you want to support us, yeah, and not pay a cut to Twitch.
Hell yeah!
Always do the monthly thing, which is what, like $79 or
I just use Prime.
$1,500.
I just use Prime.
Access to these sweet,
or is that just really
emoticons?
That's actually interesting. Today, my obsessive former secret shopper reviews on Amazon got me invited to their program where they're going to send me stuff for free in exchange for putting reviews online.
Oh,
so
that sounds fun.
That might be fun.
What kind of stuff?
I'm assuming it's going to be like the cheapest off-brand shit. Like, Versace doesn't need to pay for reviews. Like, so I'm probably going to get some weird shit. But I as a former mystery shopper, giving extensive reviews of random shit is exactly my wheelhouse.
Honestly, that could be the next stream.
These are some garage wall hangers, and they did not work to specifications. Coats, yes. Tires, no.
I like the reviews that are like, "Oh, this was terrible. I nearly died. 8 stars." Or the opposite. They're like, "This is pretty good. Elden Ring is pretty amazing. Like, it's so bad that this happened, this happens, but they really gave it a good try. 2 stars." So.
2 stars, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Now the comment to star mismatch is pretty fun.
Love it.
No, today I was online because I read a book, and just like Name of the Wind, first book absolutely amazing, second book it was okay, and so I went online and made sure to leave those reviews on both of them. I was like, this book is amazing. I can't believe I missed it until now. I was so upset to find out that I got in the middle of a series so it doesn't end. I absolutely loved it. The second one, I was like, this was disappointing bullshit.
You are a sick son of a.
Oh, there you go.
Kill that dog.
So I haven't heard Brendan Lee Mulligan yell at me recently, so now he is.
I actually just re-upped my thing, and I was like, why did it not pop up?
Yeah, it really wants you to share. really wants to share the streak.
You have to.
One
It
You have
does.
to specifically share it in the.
And I
with
do
the,
not.
the
Yeah.
React.
Okay.
Just click it and then like press return as many times as you can, and then
Sharing
I already.
is allegedly
I
caring.
already bothered Brendan with my re-up last Wednesday when I
Don't
was
you dare.
in his Star Trek game. So you're safe from me.
For now.
for
No,
now-
we'll be back again in like.
Unless you launch another game that I can harass you online with, you're safe.
I mean,
I
knowing
forgot
me,
the
I'll get
Star
bored
Trek
about
game.
months and start another game. It'll probably be Veil Breakers 2, the quest for more money.
I
Hell
forgot
yeah.
the Star Trek game was something that was happening. How'd that go?
It's good.
Wednesdays.
We finished our first story arc.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So we were doing a diplomatic mission and things went sideways, but we finished, and only a small number of people died, so it's good.
Were they all just red shirts?
Yeah, they were just red shirt.
I can't tell you. You'll have to
Oh my.
watch the streams.
Can I get it like too long? TLDNR?
No.
Fine.
That's fair. That's a fair response. Yeah.
Yeah, I respect that.
If
I
you
respect
donate towards our
Mhm.
advantage pool, I'll give you a TLDR.
We are so close to our medical aid for Palestinians goal.
I don't even know that we're gonna roll this whole fucking session.
Oh, this session,
You
no.
know,
I don't even have Owlbear up. That's how confident I feel like there's not going to be a fight, and I'm always
Do I
looking
even
for a
need my
fight in this
character
game.
sheet?
Here's the thing:
I don't have this in the room.
if y'all want to throw hands in the epilogue, like I've got maps, I can figure this out. But I wasn't planning on it. But I am always prepared to support whatever shenanigans occur.
well, we've already fought each other, our shadow selves.
This
Sometimes
is
you have
me
an
opening my character sheet in Owlbear in fear right now. That's what
Sometimes
the
you have an
lights
ep-
I was doing the same thing. Yeah.
good move. No, I mean sometimes you have an epilogue and you just
going
punch the undead dude that's just hanging out in your camp, and then everything goes to shit. Which, fun fact, don't do that.
Did you attack Withers in the prologue or the epilogue?
See, here's what happened. For those of you who don't know, I finished a legit honor mode run at Baldur's Gate like a few months back, and I was like, hell yeah. Like, I did it. I played by the rules. I didn't do any like shenanigans. I downloaded one mod. It was inventory management. So nothing to change like the game or difficulty or whatever, just to make it easier to find where the fuck all my scrolls were. So
We were chatting about it the whole time. It was hilarious.
finally finish it, and then of course there's that save file is right before the finale fight. So I've gone back and just like run through it a couple times just to see like, what if I want to change it up a bit? And there was one where I got to the camp and I was like, I wonder if, and then just smacked a dude, and then like it got silly real quick. Because I was like, I wonder if this was like a thing someone thought about, and the answer is yes.
It turns out the god of death, not a pansy.
Yeah, that was I didn't win that. But I was okay because I already got the achievement. Let's just see what happens now. And now I'm, trying to do a fun run where I have all sorts of dumb shit going on, but I have no time. So
I'm now a third of the way through my honor run. Andy's honor run inspired me. I had always been afraid to give it a try, but
it's so much fun.
His stories were fantastic.
Andy talking to me about his honor run, I was like, wow, you couldn't pay me to do that shit. Like that's
It's great.
incredible.
It's so
Why
good.
would I want to do that with my free time? Like, what the fuck, man?
I mean, I'm also the same idiot who plays XCOM in Iron Man mode, and I'm just like, oh, my colonel just got schwacked after like 20 hours of gameplay. Oh well, he dead. Like
I named them
moving
after
on.
my friends, which makes it even harder.
I need to show you. So I've
we
made
all
this.
did it with Oregon Trail. I mean,
All four of you were in Darkest Dungeon. I don't know if you remember that. When I was streaming
do.
on
And you
game
know what?
nights, you all died.
Every time I played Oregon Trail, I was the doctor because
okay,
I
I just made this joke
You're a nerd. Okay.
again.
No, I was responding to you about Oregon
Oh, okay.
Trail. I'm trying.
All right.
I'm trying
I
to
was like,
emphasize
was a
I'm
change.
having like the board game room
yeah.
experience right now
No,
of like,
I was
you know,
responding to you on Oregon Trail. I'm not here to challenge myself. I'm here to have a good time.
Why are you playing Oregon Trail? Nobody has a good time with that game. It's fun.
I'm not
but
here for a long time, but I am here for a good time.
I will post some photos in the Discord. So I got bored
You
one
are
day.
a sick son of a.
Oh no, I'm being yelled at again. So when I was
Bad guy.
doing a bunch of
Bad
streaming.
guys.
Okay, there we go. It's quiet again. When I was doing a bunch of streaming at one point for video games, I was like, oh, I'll probably do a full XCOM Iron Mode run stream. And never did it. But what I did was, because I like that game, and it's a fun little challenge, even if I'm like, because I played a lot, and it doesn't matter how good you are at a certain point, like you're just dealing with that's XCOM baby nonsense, right? Of things just happening. But what I did do is spend a couple hours going to all the character avatars and created a bunch of eerie doppelgangers of definitely the four of you and a lot of other people. So not only are they named after you, they look like you.
Okay, so like
In a
I'm not
weird-
gonna lie.
this
There's a
character looks
special
like now.
kind
That's our
of like
characters or that's
fear.
the players?
No, they look like you, the people, as like I would deploy
Yeah,
Joe
no, that's
or I
worse.
would deploy like Jen to go do stuff into this game. And then, of course,
Okay.
the weird Uncanny
So-
Valley version of you be running around and get exploded somewhere. And I'm just like,
Maybe
well,
this is just me. But there's a special kind of fear when someone like tries to make a thing that like looks like you or like draw you or whatever, like what they choose to emphasize or like
This is how you see me, huh? This is
yeah, it's a little like I got a very sweet goodbye note from a colleague of mine that is moving and like she drew everybody because she does that, and like when I saw others first and I was like, oh god, and like because that moment of like, oh shit, like you find out how ugly you are to the people that know you like real fast. Yeah.
Wait,
And
a note
yeah.
or a picture? I'm sorry.
There was a note and then she drew a portrait with like a little, so like mine had like cat earrings and a like RPG dice necklace and like you know.
that's cute.
So,
That's
so
really
Andy,
Yes.
is that all I am to you? Hairs and muscles?
You had you had tattoos as well.
like,
Wait, hold on.
whoa,
Did you post
whoa.
these? Fuck.
Just
What?
hair, muscles, and tattoos. That's all I am.
Yeah.
Okay.
Am I wrong?
Where are you?
I have not posted any
I'm
of
making
these.
this up.
Okay.
But that is not inaccurate because I did capture Joe's like insane hair and like just
It is looking
tattoos.
great today, by the way. The
Yeah.
curls,
I've got
man.
a new
The curls.
stylist, and I feel
Ooh.
great about myself when I walk around now.
No, the like curl shape is 11 out of 10 today.
Yeah.
I didn't say it before we were on screen, so like,
Wow.
but I've noticed. Yeah. So
Yeah,
Thank you.
curls on point.
Yeah, no, I will post them in one of the I don't know, closed. I'll post them in the Veilbreaker server first so you can see it, and then it'd be
great.
like.
So I can anticipate the terrible. Got it.
I can also not.
This is using the character generator in XCOM, so like
Yeah.
there's limitations. You can't be
Yeah.
horribly ugly or they don't have sliders like in Baldur's Gate.
You'll notice that Chris's implication here did not make me feel better, if anyone was wondering.
You just said that you were like, oh, you see
I
how
know,
ugly your
it's
friends think you
terrifying.
are.
Everyone is equal parts hot, lethal, and tattooed in all of this. So like,
I don't know.
Appreciate it.
So
That's XCOM.
I shared
Yeah.
in the one Discord server where it was like Facebook did the AI interpretation of a photo of me, and I was like,
What?
this couldn't resemble me less if they tried. Like, it's just generic.
Your lipstick was a different color. That was the only it looked like two of the same photograph. I don't know.
It was just a generic cartoon, like comic book character. I'm gonna share it now in Veilbreakers so that
Alright.
you guys can compare. But it's just like because Chris responded to it being like, I don't understand what you're making fun of, but
Go good.
all right, here's what we do. Instead of the epilogue, I'm going to pull up Baldur's Gate 3, and we're going to all just
yes!
we're going to make avatars of one another and share them.
Hold on, I'm switching computers.
I enjoy my tab greatly, but she does not look like me.
Mine was a
Because
dragonborn.
why would
He
you
looks
do that when you
exactly
get
like
to
me.
be? I don't know. Like, I don't know. In making like and maybe I'm like, I feel like there might be two sides of this coin where you've got like when making an avatar of yourself in a game, like do you either make like the totally bizarro, not like you at all, like the cool things I get to play with because this is fantasy, versus I make version of myself, and like I definitely do the former rather than not the latter.
I definitely do the former.
Yeah.
I know several people who always play a girl because it's the old line that if I've got to stare at someone's ass for the entire game,
But like research meets out that that's not real. Like you can make people experience like the
Just
same
talking about
brainwave
personal
stuff.
preference.
I'm just and I'm saying that they're fucking liars is what I'm saying.
No, no, I play the Division 2 online with Axel constantly, and his
Oh, really?
character is an extremely attractive redheaded woman. I have Agent Santa Claus
And maybe
because
that's
Oh,
that's
yeah.
the feminine
covered in
side.
Christmas ornaments. So
Oh, yeah.
But
Yes.
like you can make people like experience the brainwaves of like receiving pain, etc., with like a cube. But like the avatar that you choose for yourself, as long as you've got control over like what it moves and does, you experience it as self. So it's not I'm staring at my butt. Like no, lies.
Would you like to actually
Um,
hear my insane how to make an avatar and get started for a game process?
Yes. A
is it
quick
start with the
question: Are
cube?
we posting these things in the secret one or the?
oh no, public,
Oh,
absolutely.
God.
Okay.
It's your content. Put it wherever.
Putting it
Wherever
everywhere.
wherever you feel comfortable. We can actually pull. I can pull it up and just display it on Twitch if you like.
Okay, Rouge, I see what it was doing, but no, it doesn't look like you at all.
No,
It
doesn't
doesn't look
like you.
anything like me. And this was like meta AI trying to be like, you should like use this and add it to your story because like,
It
look how
does,
cool it looks. And
however,
I'm like,
look
it's
like
like
a generic comic book character where the only things I know about you are like vaguely your skin tone and what your hair looks like.
And
So
also
like,
forgot your
in terms
necklace.
of like making a comic book drawing of you, it doesn't look like you, but it looks like a comic book character with your vague description. So like, did it accomplish its goal? Maybe, but it doesn't look like you.
it's just like if this is what you're using to try to sell me on using meta AI to like do
Yeah, no,
pictures
you
of
did a bad job.
myself,
Yeah,
I'm
no,
like,
understood. Yeah.
no.
Yeah.
I'm not sold on your product. This is bullshit.
And like I'm sure we've all seen the people oh god, like and I'm going to forget the names of the apps, but like early on when like the image generative AI came out and it was like you can upload a couple of photos of yourself and then it would make like versions of you in, and inevitably they were whiter, more attractive, thinner, like all of the, blah blah. Like I had a couple of friends, colleagues, whatever, that would put up like the like this is now my thing that's going to be the picture of me on blah, and you're like, I love how you picked the version of you that's like 30 pounds lighter and like has perfect skin, but like that doesn't really look like, yeah.
It's the Matrix. This is how you view yourself in your mind.
Residual
Well, and
self
like
image.
how
Like,
many iterations of it, especially if you're
Still
female,
see
before it
yourself as at
stops
least
looking
20
like
years younger.
like
I admit I'm one of those people who like the image I have of myself in my head versus like if I'm out in the world and I glance sideways to like windows or a mirror or something, it's like I regularly get like that whole like, wait, that's what I look like. I
Blatant
have that
shock.
disconnect.
Yes.
I
Have you
have
can
that disconnect. At
Yeah.
the same time, I'm at least aware enough of what I look like to look at that AI and be like, who the fuck were you drawing? Like, what the fuck?
lean the
Like,
completely other direction. I just grab photos of Chris Evans to catfish people with. That's like I'm not even trying to be. I'm just like, yeah, that guy looks pretty attractive. Anyway,
like
and
if
then
if
put it on my like
someone
LinkedIn page
I
and be like, yeah, what's up?
if I used that meta AI pic as my profile pic somewhere and someone met me and was able to identify me based on that pic, I would not believe them. I'm like, have you been stalking me? And where have you been stalking me? Because there's no way
The
that
internet.
that picture would make you think that that is me. You're lying. You're a liar. You're a
Lying liar
creepy
lies.
liar.
Now I will drop one
Liar,
last.
thick with lies.
I will drop one last pearl of wisdom, and then we'll start this alleged epilogue.
Oh, right. Dungeons and Dragons. That's what we're here for.
The last pearl of wisdom is whenever there's a game that involves some type of character generation, I will find the vague style of like, okay, yeah, human elf male, male elf, let's go, right? And I will hit random generation 3 times,
That's
and I
fair.
will pick one of those
sure.
three, and I will go into the game. And then as I am playing and I'm developing like the story, the arc, and the character, I will then mod my appearance with like the mirrors or the makeup kits or the whatever
Okay.
whatever option there is in the game to change your appearance, because there always is one.
That's
So
fair.
my loading screen time is about 5 minutes, and then I just go.
I come
Nope.
up with my character and then I make the appearance to match it. So like my first BG3 character, I was like, okay, so she's a street urchin sorcerer with like dragon like one of the drow histories, etc. And so then I made a character that I was like, that's what I would, if I was like designing a character for like a TV show or something, this is what I would like make her look like in order to embody that character. Like, yeah. I do always
Darcy,
play women, but otherwise it's like very much dependent on what I'm context wise.
So this is 100% why.
3+ hours. If how many sliders am I being given?
Mhm.
How tall can
This
I
is
make
me.
them? What kind of
Yep.
hairstyles? Can I download
First
stuff?
character in BG3 took a like, and once I'm more familiar with the options, it's a little speedier. But like the first time when you're just fully exploring all of your options,
Yeah.
yes.
No, Darcy, my girlfriend always laughs because I tend to make myself in most games, at least the first try. Fallout, Avowed, like all of these games, the first thing I'm going to do is make a guy with a red beard. Like that's just that's going to happen. But
you know what? You know what? You can interpret that as being like you're really confident in yourself, and I think that's a good thing.
thank
I
you.
could be literally anything in this world, and I choose to be myself.
I choose me.
It's the Ted Lasso quote of like, "Hey Jamie, would you rather be a lion or a panda?" I'm me, coach. And it's like, I'd rather just be me. It's like, I don't think you understand how emotionally healthy it actually is. It's a great line. I was like, yeah. So, all right.
So we killed Zengi. We saved the goddamn world.
Speaking of emotionally healthy,
and then I asked about the fact that my brother was dead and I had tried to resurrect him, and you had just glossed over that and like done everybody else's. What would you do after the fight? And then when I forced you to return to the question of is my brother dead or not, you were like, next time. And so I would like to resolve that.
I'm just going to I'm just not to be mean.
I have no memory of this.
These are my notes. Yeah.
We can't make anything out when it's that thin and small. Anyway,
it looked like a blank page to me.
But,
there are notes on here.
But remember when Odette visited with the Raven Queen on her way out of the domain, she was like, "By the way, want to look at everybody's hourglass?" And I'm like, "Sure." And she's like, "I'm like, who spilled all this stuff?" And she's like, "Oh, that belongs to Gray." And I told Gray, I'm like, "By the way, your hourglass at the end of time is shattered." And he's like,
That ain't good.
Interesting. And then he went into his room to play with clay figurines and made a figurine of himself or somebody else. I don't know.
I don't remember this actually.
All of this happened.
That's true. That did happen.
Choice. Seeing somebody's hourglass at the end of time, seeing that it's broken and spilled, and then going to them and telling them. That is a choice.
Is there a chance this was part of the time where it was like I didn't have good internet when I first moved to my apartment? Because I know I missed your wedding because of that, but
that's like a third of the game. I'm sorry, but
to be fair, I mean it happened like 3 days ago in game, so probably about 8 months ago.
Yeah,
a full year plus ago when I had bad internet.
That's fine now.
That's fine.
So we killed Zengi.
You did.
And then that was it. As the last session, that was the end of it, wasn't it?
It was a big epic fight where you finally, after weeks of just hellish nightmares and insane plots, after cutting through the layers of complication of this 1,000-year-old lich's machinations and realizing what he'd planned to do, how this had kind of paralleled past events, and ways he kind of obfuscated his rise to power until it was too late, and still managing to rally those who were able to help in a time of need, smash through his defenses by both acquiring key items or just simply in circumstances of call it a lucky desperation, coming out on top, right? Sometimes it just takes a bold maneuver to actually like turn the tide, and a lot of these options got you to success. A final fight in the Castle Never, were able to recalibrate the insane infernal machine that Zangi had built, so he could not pull off his initial plan of basically trading a large chunk of the population's souls for immense godlike power to reshape the universe in a way that would be probably terrible for everyone except for him. Right?
We actually managed to reverse that so that it brought back to life the people he'd already killed, right?
He managed to reprogram it so it could be used that way, correct. Which hasn't been... The button has not been pressed to turn that thing on yet.
Oh.
But
Oh, well, those people are still super dead.
With that recalibration, it caused him to flee. Because he realized at that point that he couldn't detonate the machine, and turn it on would do the exact opposite of his plan. So he just ripped open a hole in space and time and flung you all through it and attempted to flee through it as well.
And made the mistake of facing us inside the Undying Realm? The Abyss? The Nether?
It was basically the void.
The Void.
There's a little bit of a outside interference, if you will, from some cosmic beings who just happen to put the two of you on the same trajectory, right?
That's fair.
Because otherwise they're like, yeah, you'd be lost in this void forever, and he would just ditch you here and let you die.
He did say that.
Conveniently, though, we just kind of nudged your directions, and then you all smashed into each other, and he said, fine, I will kill you here and be done with it. And unfortunately, that did not work for him.
I mean, he also conveniently glossed over the "so I'll kill you here. Here's 3 Draco Liches to do the work for me." Like
he did
outsourcing.
He did. I mean,
he's absolutely the sort of manager who takes credit for his direct reports' work. So
if your big bad is a lich and you throw hands with him before the finale, that lich is doing something wrong. He's just doing a bad job being a villain.
It's true, but he also lied to the Dracoliches about
we tried to tell
visions in the Book of Shadows.
He did. He lied to them. He tried to lie to and steal from the Raven Queen. He tried to lie to and manipulate Orcus. And was actually pretty successful in a lot of these endeavors. At the very least, got away with enough.
At a mass extinction event, but I won't tolerate lying to Draco Liches.
Stole our car.
The true villain of this campaign did steal your
draw the line,
which is quite funny. Good old Sean.
No honor among thieves anymore.
No.
Kids today.
A hilarious series of dice rolls, though. Let me tell you. But
so we managed to kill all 3 Draco Liches and then Zangi himself, saving him for last, so he could know how much he fucked up.
Mm-hmm. And even then, saving him for last, that still was a pretty rough fight. Coming down to, honestly, just a couple of moments that, had they gone differently, would have completely turned the tide on this. Ghost Cat. So specifically,
my own personal bodyguards aren't here.
One of the big ones was Zangi killing Odette, and Odette having a hairpin that actually saves her from death one time, as he killed her and moved to kill Cole, and then realized the job was not finished. But did manage to kill Gray. Taking down the other wizard of close to equal power to him rather quickly in that final encounter, knowing how much damage he could do and realizing that he didn't want that on the other side.
And to my knowledge, we managed to get this fight. I used the God's Tier.
Mm-hmm.
I did not use Lady Silverhand's ring, and we did not use the boatload of Incarnum. The human souls coalesced into a giant pile of energy that we felt
gross.
bad about cashing in. We never used it.
Correct. That is still locked and loaded.
That's gross.
Or safe, depending on your point of view.
Yeah, sure. There's a lot of ways you can view that. But the options exist. You still have those mega elixirs. But yes, as Zengi was finally being brought down in a last-ditch attempt to escape, using the gods, Valen used the God's Tear to basically just strip away the magical enchantments of the Celestial Diamond that he was using as basically a phylactery or soul cage or what have you, right? Safe harbor point. And then more importantly, pull Ceri's soul out of it to safety and trap him, Zangi, his soul, inside of a conveniently placed empty music box.
Pick it up and shake the shit out of it.
And we left with that scene being resolved and Bella attempting to revivify Gray. So my question is this: how many? I have a time frame in mind, but I'd be curious if there's something different. How much time forward do you want to flash?
10 years. No.
7.
Immediately after. What happens as we're standing after we've killed Zengi? Are we just shuttled back to Earth? Do we, or Faerun?
I'm going to flash cut you 2 weeks forward unless there's something eminent you all want to do.
I think that is acceptable. I would like to know what happened immediately after, just like Chris does. But 2 weeks.
Yeah,
it's not like 10 years, 1 year, 6 months, or anything like that.
Here's what we're gonna.
Where things get a little, even in epilogues, get a little wonky. So
We're gonna fill in some blanks as we do this, right? So that scene kind of fades out. I can tell you the basic order of operations of what happens, and I'll just kind of ask you to fill in the rest, right? So after the fight, right, Bella, you're able to recover Gray and take him back to Neverwinter. Immediately, the Revivify seems to be having issues in this void space. But you know a lot of people with a lot of powerful magic, so you have options. But all of you are able to return back to safety, back to the castle, where you are met with
What a lovely day!
Hello, welcome, Raiders. We are doing an epilogue for a, what is this, 2-year campaign?
Yeah, at least.
No, we started in on April
we were looking at this.
19th
It's 3 years.
of 2022.
Over 3 years.
Time flies when you're building to level 20.
I've never played a level 20 character, so that was pretty cool. Starting at level 1 and going to 20.
That finale fight at 20 was, I'm not gonna lie, a lot of tabs I had open, but definitely cool.
There's a lot of, but wait, I forgot about this ability.
Ah, yes, a legendary action. Hold on. Hold on, this is a page of text I have to read for this spell. God damn it. But our triumphant heroes did, in fact, stop a terrible lich who decided to take over Neverwinter. I keep saying it. I did it first before the movie. The movie copied.
They copied us.
They copied my campaign.
I know, they were watching our stream.
I invited Chris Pine. He declined. He said he had something else going on. Then he showed up in the Dungeons & Dragons movie. So I take that personally. I don't know. I also may have invited the wrong Chris Pine. I just tweeted the first one I could find. So, I'm kidding. But you all managed to get back to safety. And the first couple hours and days are just people starting to realize that the threat is gone. There are still fights and skirmishes happening throughout Neverwinter. And as you get back to the safety of the castle and you start kind of having those odd moments of like, wow, it's quiet and we won here, right? Like the castle is safe. There's no more threats. And then you like see in the city, there's still rampaging undead and demons that now without like any master to control them or give them orders have just gone full chaotic murder or have fled, right? Some of the smarter, more sentient undead and demons realizing that they've kind of lost
Yeah,
their
just
support,
fucking grip it and rip it, baby.
have ghosted.
Slop that down, dude. Shit, yeah, dude. Crack one
Hell
for
yeah.
the big
Donation.
boy.
Thank you.
£15 donated to Freedom Dollars is $20.34.
Freedom dollars.
Yes. Freedom dollars are the... I got nothing. I was going to say delicious, but those are freedom fries. But so the first couple hours and days is just getting the word out to people that like Zengi is in fact destroyed and the fight is over, and routing these pockets of monsters that are still lingering, and then tending to the wounded, tending to the people who have been lost in like the damage and the debris, right, and the recovery efforts and rebuilding and reuniting people, or in some cases burying those who didn't make it, right? A lot of casualties in this fight, even with all the planning and all the high-powered people who got involved. Like, it was impossible to keep the casualty numbers to zero. Like, but they did the best they could, and it would have been far worse had you all and your friends never showed up. So we flash cut to 2 weeks later, right? What's going on in these 2 weeks as you're kind of with that mind frame of stabilizing the city, getting word out to people, making sure people are okay, checking in? What is that?
Vicky, you turned off the camera, but you were not on
Yeah,
mute.
just
Just FYI, you
rip
did
it,
not
rip
mute your
it,
mic.
baby.
Okay, so we heard you yelling at the cat. Cool.
Yeah,
There's
dude.
a little
Crack one
rustling.
for the
Like
big
somebody
Yeah,
boys.
lying at
sorry.
the Kit Kat bar through the wrapper.
Just like just having these snacks you don't want to share with anybody, or like it's good. Honestly, it's good Foley work for like crumbling buildings and stuff in the background of Water of Neverwinter somewhere.
Now, she's got zoomies, which, like, but she not only like knocked it out, it like rolled all the way underneath. So yes, and unsurprisingly, we find things that it was like, oh, I didn't realize this was under the couch. It's fine.
The Constitution.
So in the first hours and days after the conflict, what are you all doing? As you've won now, and it's just starting to sink into everybody that like this fight is over, and you did it.
Well, I would say Valen. One of Valen's big things has always been as he was chosen as the Paladin of Tempest, got to meet him, was dubbed this Paladin that the rest of the church has kind of been a little angry that this average soldier was raised to this position. He's been like, I have no idea what I'm doing. I did not read the book. It did not have enough pictures in it for me. This isn't my style.
What's your religion?
Huh?
What's your religion stat?
My
+1, I think.
religion stat is a -1.
So good.
I don't roll religion. So at level 20 in the final fight, before the final fight, I was able to commune directly with Tempest and talk to him. And in the final fight, an angel actually, with my level 20 ability, lore-wise, dubbed him an avatar of Tempest for that fight. He actually is feeling much more comfortable in his role. So he is most likely leading the Paladins of Tempest to claim the city, and then afterwards actually working with the church. He is at the church, working with the members, working with the priests and the people.
I do think that makes a ton of sense for Valen too. Like as you emerge from this final fight, and you're like, wow, we've done it, and you see how Castle Never is so elevated over the rest of the city, and you look out to the horizon, you still see like spells going off and the sounds of combat, and you're like, oh, there's still things out here that are fighting, and you're like rallying all the other like paladins and like military units that are out there and going like, hey, we still got a few more things, and you just like grab your sword and go and help kind of put down the rest of these rogue monsters. And you did notice that shift too, as more and more people have been going from begrudgingly following the dude who just happens to have the Holy Avenger, and they're like, well, I guess
the sword. This motherfucker got the sword.
Yeah, he's got CEO next to his name. I guess he's in charge, right? To oh, he actually like deeply respect and appreciate you and your leadership and your like commitment to this cause. Like that slider bar has hit all the way to 11, as now there's no like odd hesitation or like a weird glance back and forth before they say, okay, of course, and follow your orders. They rally to you and they're like, what do you need? As you just move into the city to get rid of these final threats. And it's honestly, it's probably very satisfying, right? In terms of just like you said, am I the person? Am I the guy? Am I the person who should be doing this? And in this moment, the answer is, oh yeah, okay, I definitely was. Like this kind of helps solidify that. So Val and Zalf kind of burning whatever spell slots he had left for spites in the city, and helping to kind of clean up the rest of the little pocket fights or skirmishes that are happening. What about the rest of you?
In our timeline, the chasm is there, right?
Yes.
And has been for a long ass time. So I think like in the immediate, while things are still literally figuratively on fire, I think Itzel is like similarly sort of looking at like what needs to be done for like the people in the city. But I think one of the things that like her and Metzley would do would be to take on like at least the edges of the chasm of like sort of rewilding, reclaiming some of this like dead barren, like to sort of both symbolize the like the rebirth of your city and also a like, you know, it matters to us that this becomes a living part of the world again. And if that's, I don't know how possible that is given the nature of the chasm. And then I think there's also, because there's a river that runs through the city as well, so like making that both like clean and navigable and drinkable for people in this time is pretty big on their list.
A total restoration would take more than a
Okay,
day,
like,
but
yes,
with
but yeah.
your combined powers and with the support of everyone else who is just rallying behind you right now, you're able to make significant impacts on that. Long-term sustainable impact, this would just be a continued effort, but the improvements you make initially are noticeable and have a pretty large impact as the two of you go out and you actually let's roll some dice for funsies.
I think Itzel is
Okay.
known as going well for her.
Itzel
Yeah.
famous for her dice rolls.
It is not initiative. We might be okay.
Let me get a nature check and an initiative check, please.
I can do a bonus to initiative if you want, but I think it's good.
So I do think one of like the follow-up question is in the like, because at some point we're going to be talking with the council in the restoration of the chasm. Like it's not like not making it completely, where was this? It's like both because it takes time and what does that even go away? Sorry, I was signing on to Albert to get it through, and then it was like, okay, there we go. A nature check,
just had
and
fun. Rip it,
I'm ignoring
baby.
you asking for initiative.
Slop that down, dude. Shit, yeah, dude. Crack one for the big
16?
boy.
16?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Which was not as good as I was hoping, but it's fine.
So
like,
and you're skipping your initiative? Okay.
yeah.
Get it.
I'm sorry, you didn't ask for that. I'm just, yeah, it's fine. She would propose to at least like open the discussion of what kind of memorial or monument wants to be kept. Like the idea of like restoring the entire space so that it just looks green again is great, but doesn't like something has to be left for like posterity. So like the question of like what do we leave or how do we mark this in the space would be something that she brings probably first to like the knights and then to the council of like, so how do we leave enough of the chasm for people to remember the chasm and like the fights we fought here.
One of the interesting things that happens as you're doing this is people traditionally tend to gravitate towards Metzley, right? She tends to be very good at just presentation, and in moments like this, especially of like a very public, very favorable act of charity and restoration, she would probably be in the limelight and in her element.
Yes. Bless. Yes.
Which is wild to you that as these things are happening and you're going through and like rallying people behind you who are helping you clean up the area, helping you get people to safety, and helping with these restoration efforts, a lot of the questions and compliments are actually being directed towards you.
Ugh, okay. That's what she's for. What is this?
And I think it becomes a moment where I'm not sure how Itzel feels about this, but uh, at this moment in time, Itzel's recognition and popularity is actually just higher than Metzley's. Like you are the candidate in the spotlight right now. You are the hero that people are flocking to and gravitating uh, around. How does Itzel feel about that?
Not great. I think that's uh, like it's an uncomfortable space to feel like her like the words that I choose to say about this are going to be something that people are both like putting weight to and paying attention, like they're going to be written down by somebody and that's going to be a, like she don't like that. That is not where I shine.
Valin standing
The
directly behind you, hand on your back, and just shove.
Mhm. um yeah, that is not her comfort zone. um I like honestly, I think it would get to a point where she would start like actively trying to like like okay, so when we do our like work to restore the chasm, I'm going at night, or like we're gonna do like maybe we're gonna wild shape in and out of this place for like leave it to manageable chunks. Like it's important, but like this is what like super uncomfortable. Like that is yeah, that's not what she wants to do.
I'm gonna roll a die real
Nope.
quick.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. A as you're sitting there doing one of the breaks, Metzley's kind of just sitting down on like a little blanket of flowers that she's made, and it's just like very cottagecore lounging, if you will. And she says, "Oh, it's I'm curious. What were you planning for your speech?"
Speech.
the the council heard about the idea of the memorial. They loved it. They fully supported it, and they asked if you wanted to speak about it. It was your idea, and it seems like there's a lot of good insight and wisdom that you'd want to be able to bring to people. And I think right now that's something that people could really benefit from. A lot of scary stuff happened, and I'll be honest, I don't know if anybody really, I don't know if everyone fully understands the depth of what just occurred. We do, but people have just been caught in this, and I think it'd be a good moment to really just calm people's nerves and give them insights for a good way forward.
I mean, I have ideas. And I also have one of those really nice vanilla orchids that you have like always wanted for a really long time. And like, if you were at all amenable to doing it instead, uh,
I mean, I can,
the
if you want me to do this speech,
you know,
I can do it. But here's the thing, Itzel, and I gotta be perfectly honest. Like I'm a very in the present kind of person, and
And I do love that about you. Yes.
But what I mean by that is like you were literally gifted with the ability to see the course of the future. And yeah, it may not be as clear at all times, but like of the two of us, who better to talk about the way forward than the person who can literally see the lines of prophecy written in the stars.
So you also have no idea. Okay.
I mean, look, I can say a lot of nice things, and I feel if I get up there and talk, I can definitely calm people and I can rally them to a cause and get the city back on what I think is a good course. But
And that is, yes, yes.
that seems to
What?
pale in comparison to someone with the ability of divine prophecy.
You know, I don't really believe in divine, but it's fine.
Think it over. All
I
right.
don't enjoy that you are making valid points right now.
Just like throws an acorn at you.
Yeah. I'm like, fine. Start making like copious notes on parchment, a lot of like scribbled out and like um yeah. Yeah. Good. Now I got to think of things. Yeah. Okay. um I'm sure we do. I'm going to go have a little hissy fit for a little bit in wild shape. I'll be right back. Yeah. Like, she'll like be a raccoon for a while and like mess up Metzlick's hair.
Yeah, you wild shape. She ends up like throwing you into some sort of like entanglement spell. There's like a bit of
Yep.
a scuffle. Like it's all very very sibling esque rivalry. Family.
Family.
Yep.
Family.
What it's all about.
Okay. What's Odette doing in these couple of days?
Me?
Yeah, you get out of this fight. Cole is alive. That was covered at the end of the last session of like barely alive in the same way that you were also barely alive. I think you ended that fight at 1 hit point.
Yeah.
I imagine Cole and Odette are having their honeymoon. About
Like actual honeymoon. Yeah.
Well, I think immediately after, like they the last image of the battle scenery, she just kind of like crawled over to him and just kind of like laid her arm over him, and like maybe they passed out or something like that.
100%.
So after that, I think she, if people are like asking her, she is a public figure. She's like, "Oh, what should we do?" And I think she's like, "You need to speak to Itzel. She's the prophet here." Because she knows that while Odette is very creative, Itzel is very wise.
I think that you are conspiring against me, and I do not appreciate
I
this.
fully
I
endorse
mean,
this.
anybody could assess
Go
it. So, but Valen is bravery and valor incarnate, so he's out there, and Bella is the brains of the bunch. So, so I think Odette, uh, if there are like moments like post battle, they have been healed up somewhat. Maybe they speak to some of the council people, but I think depending on how long it takes, like Valen to take, and then the paladins and the military to take like all the extraneous people out, I think she and Cole and any of the people from the Académie de Danse, if they can shadow step, they are espionage. They, if any like demon is like hiding under like in a cellar trying to like conspire with other ones to uh, like route this one part of the city, I think they're there to ambush them.
there are definitely a few moments where like some of these like these Hell Knights or these other like Gilbrazus or like very smart demons who chose not to flee, but instead decided to take advantage of the chaos, or having those like little clandestine meetings and being like, okay, here's the plan. Like Zangief's fallen, but that's okay. We can set ourselves up a little pocket kingdom here. And as they're talking, there's that moment where like there's just the purple eyes open in the shadows, and then like we just see like figures descend on these guys as the lights go out. And then everyone just walking out of the cellar, dusting themselves off, and be like, all right, where's the next one? And then 2 blocks away, you just see like a large smite nova.
And she, I'm assuming Azalana is like she does like has like a quick moment with him, and states that she has learned his grand technique, the Grand Jet Azulana. Just to like see a reaction, and then she's like leaves him to probably work with Valen actually more realistically.
I think there's a moment where you tell him that, and during one of the next like shadow step to ambush, like actually just grabs you and throws you into the air to see it. And it's like he just like kind of get the whisper of like, so you said you mastered the technique?
Yes, we.
I'd love to see it.
Do it.
Throws you right in, gives you the momentum to just like
images, lots of
and then just smashes
juggle combos,
smashes through another room of demons, and he's just like applauding in the background, like marvelous. I couldn't have done it better myself. And he seems actually, you know what? I'll do a little scene here. So after you clear out some of the houses and the two of you are talking, and he says, it's an interesting thing, Odette. Just all the time we had together and all the time that we kind of lost. But seeing your just mastery of technique, it's kind of a bittersweet moment for me. Because on the one hand, I'm so immensely proud of just how skilled you have become. And I'm also sad because I'm realizing that I have nothing left to teach you. We are of course friends, peers. We'll be bonded for life on this, but I feel that my time as your mentor has come to a close, and that's a good thing. I want the goal of any mentor should be to have their mentee surpass them one day, and I think you're very well on that trajectory. I look forward to see what you do next. I think it's going to be amazing.
I think she places like a porcelain hand over his, and she says, I understand what you are saying, and I could not be more proud to have learned all I could from you. But there is time to reclaim some of the time that we have lost to rebuild. And I am not the only one that you can teach. There are many others that I would like to share this gift with. And if you would like to perhaps teach at the academy, that would be wonderful. Cole and I and the rest of the troop would love to have you back. But and she just like in the Book of Shadows itself, like in the last like portion of it, there's obviously all the things that like Lady Alora had put in there, scribbles from Zangief, but like the last half, like she's been purposefully like putting down techniques and seeing if an array of people could be involved in some of these techniques. But she has started writing the ballet / opera that she promised she would write about Yosef and his wife on his wedding day,
Yep,
or like the night before, when
3
they
years
were
ago.
dancing. She says, I could use a second pair of eyes as well. And like, she says, and it shows like, like opening number, and then like, she has like a couple of notes written down, and then like, like the scene opens on the steps of Castle Never, like on the in the courtyard. So she said, I don't have to play myself, and you don't have to play yourself, but it would be fun to do some casting and writing.
There's a moment where this, I'm not gonna. We don't need insight checks. This is all stuff that you'll start to recognize. Like you see, as Leonard's given this kind of like, I'm done as your mentor speech because you have definitely surpassed what I can teach you. There's a that sadness was also a like he's been out of the world for so long. He's lost all the touch points for things that he was a part of, and you get the general sense of like he wasn't sure what to do next, right? And like where he fit back into this whole puzzle, and like seeing this play and these advanced techniques that even for the two of you, especially trying to integrate like 3, 4, half a dozen people, are just wildly complicated. It would take months and years of intense training to, and you see his eyes start to like light up as he's reading these things, and just says, I'd be honored to be involved.
Good. I am so glad, and I'm glad to have you back. Let's get to work.
And he starts like writing down some notes and says like oh, this this technique is really neat, but what if we introduce like this thing as well? I was like a kind of wall rebound, and then actually that set up like positions for 3 for that, and then you start talking.
Oh, and then the scrim comes down. I see. And she like when she gets up, she leaves him with that. And she kind of says, "Cole." He said yes.
Cole walking over with like 3 drinks already is like, was that in doubt?
It was not. But we should also plan our honeymoon before or after this play. We have some time.
I got a couple ideas. I figure once we're done with the restoration here, you and I can spend a little time out of town.
I think so. I've only really traveled to a few places, but maybe visit Lady Allura just at the tail end. So,
Yeah.
And maybe my parents.
Yeah, you had a kind of couple rough experiences, but what's your general thought on boats? Yeah or nay?
I don't think aside from Lac de Lune and then jumping off of the swan boat, off the edge of the lake and into your arms, I don't think I really have ever been on a boat before. Oh, wait, and then she remembers being a mud person and then being attacked in the river, going to like the very back of Castle Never, and Bella being like, I don't have to be a mud person, transforming Jin, as it were. She's like, I'm ready to have my mind changed. I'll put it that way.
And he starts showing you a couple different routes he's talking about for potentially a boat trip to go see some of the other parts of the Sword Coast.
Baldur's Gate, really?
It's lovely.
They seem to have a chaotic time themselves compared to Neverwinter. I say yes.
Excellent. And he kind of gives you a hand to squeeze, and I think the 3 of you like clink glasses in celebration and start like kind of planning the next couple of days. Bella, as you try to revivify Gray, an odd thing happens, and well, what's it look like when Bella tries to revivify Gray the first time?
the first time.
So
After
I think she, goes over, starts to do sort of like a lay on hands where it's like, for a second, it looks like it's drawing darkness out and therefore light should be flooding in, and yet it's sort of like just dissipates, and the darkness that she's pulling out just sort of like, and the light doesn't flood in the way that she's expecting it to.
Okay. Yeah, this
Goes, wait, and I think she tries it a second time.
as you realize that this isn't working correctly, and like try a second time, more of that darkness kind of seeps out, and then Gray's body actually starts to like turn misty, and
He's a Jedi.
begins to disperse. And there's a definite moment of panic. Is like, oh shit! Like as this all happens, and the cloud of like dark mist and energy is once again pulled back into your locket, and you hear Gray's voice go, "Hey Bella, slight complication.
What? Wait, no, you have a body. Why are you here? What is happening?
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm trying to figure out. I Odette and I kind of talked, and I didn't. Out of suspicion this might occur, I don't think I'm actually on any type of timeline. I'm not here, if that makes sense.
That doesn't make sense. I made a deal. I made a deal to bring you back.
Mhm.
You're
And
supposed to be back.
I was back, but I was never, I don't think, reinserted properly into the general flow of the fates, as Odette described by the broken hourglass and the Raven Queen stronghold. So we're going to call this a stopgap because where I was going, there was a whole lot of nothing. So I decided not to go there. And I think you and I can figure this out. We're two smart people, but kind of moving back into my old place for a little bit, I guess.
Okay. Yeah. No. We'll figure this out, and I'll talk to the Raven Queen, and I'll find out why you are back to being in a locket, and we'll fix it. We'll fix it because you were supposed to get to finish your life, and that doesn't work if you're back in a locket again. You are supposed to get the chance to be a person now, and this is not working. So we will figure this out. Okay, yes, this is fine. This is fine. We'll figure this out.
I'm gonna take it. I take it we won.
We killed Zengi, I guess, if that's what you're talking about. Yes.
That's a win in my book.
So we don't have to worry about that anymore. We just have all the time in the world to figure this out and get you fixed. So this is fine. This is fine.
He's gonna go ahead and roll Arcana.
Don't mind me as I struggle to get my dice box open.
Everyone's gonna get at least one die roll in on this session, just for funsies.
Okay. So that's that. And you said it was Arcana roll. Yeah?
Yeah.
Jesus fucking Christ.
That's Arcana.
It's a 29.
That's religion.
29. Hell yeah. That's good. 29.
Arcana is my religion. Thank you very much.
Ooh, spicy.
I respect that. Damn, 29. So, yeah, you have a lot of potential options, right? But that is an interesting point that Gray brought up. As me, this is me, the DM, trying to say, like, I don't recall if Odette told you about this or not, the broken hourglass. But I know Gray knows about it, and would like if that did not a conversation did not occur, Gray would like at length to relay that to you. And you kind of realize that like Gray was back and given the opportunity to like live out some time, but like not in the correct manner, because he's been gone for so long that like this was a kind of admin override reinsertion to time stream and not actually like a normal life that is flowing with the course of like the general time. But that's okay, because there are powerful things that can be used to alter those types of realities. One of the options is you can actually use part of the energy in their infernal machine as you're bringing people back to try to bring Gray back. That should reconstitute him.
Bella gonna do it.
There's also reality altering magic you can use to just say, well, I want him to be alive again.
Yeah, Bella's gonna use whichever of those options are before her to because that was what Bella was trying to do. Gray lost his life because Bella made bad choices.
Mm-hmm. Would you like to hear if
and now Bella is very much committed to Gray should get to now be alive and get to just finish out his life without it being stuck with just being in Bella's head. That's not the life that she wants for Gray.
On a 29, I can actually tell you the admin math behind this, because that's a hell of a roll. As you and Gray are talking and trying to figure this out, you realize that for a very long time, like a portion of Gray's soul was taken by Zengi and kind of just held hostage and potentially like destroyed. And unfortunately, that means that Gray should not in any way, shape, or form be able to be brought back. Right? So the fact that he was brought back into a body and like given a life again is pretty insane magic when you think about it. But he wasn't brought back as a person, but you do know of like beings that are brought back who have some type of unfinished business, who have a lot of deep emotions about said business, who are set on a course to complete that unfinished work. And it suddenly dawns on you that do you know what it is?
It sounds in non D&D sense that sounds like a ghost. But I'm guessing that's not a ghost in D&D sense.
It would be a revenant.
Yeah.
Which is a absolute override of like a sentient, effectively living undead who's back to fulfill a purpose, and would not count against like the actual living reality of things, and could still be brought back even if their time was past. And that kind of dawns on Bella as like, oh, that's a whole other complication, but explains why the Revivify wouldn't work. He still does not have a complete soul. But you have options.
Get him a puppy. That'll help.
That's what Bella was.
Oh, no.
Damn.
Oh no.
To Gray.
That worse.
Hey,
That
go-
worse.
Go a step further. Make his purpose. He needs to find a home for every dog.
Oh,
That's a
Just
good
So-
purpose.
endless.
that is a good
endless.
purpose.
And
if
kitten, just add both in.
if no one stops her, Bella's essentially gonna go to Gray's mountain lair and just like try to research in his library to be like, is there a way for me to bring Gray back?
Okay.
Did we just kick off a cycle? Is that like the next iteration?
I am perfectly
Crap.
willing for this game to turn into Bella is the villain now, because she's so obsessed with getting Gray a chance to come back to life.
No, you need to make clone bodies for him.
Yeah.
If Bella could trade a body or her soul for
I feel like
Gray,
really we need to work on
she's gonna
Bella's
do it.
self-esteem here. Like this has happened a couple of times. Like,
I mean,
girl.
Bella went into this final combat ready to die to save the world. Like, that was on her to-do list.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
That's true. I think
She
it's
almost,
like,
exactly
Gray.
finished what she was looking for. Gray died because she roped him into helping Zengi. Gray's death is on her head, and until she fixes that, she has not actually fully. There is no world where Bella gets to just happily live out the rest of her life while Gray is dead. There is no version of that where Bella will accept that. So
I mean, it is a very good thing you gave him that talisman.
they can either both be dead, they can both be alive, or Gray can be alive and Bella can be dead.
I mean, I'm not saying give up the fight, but
where
like
Bella gets to be alive and Gray is dead. That's just not in the options.
I respect this.
Technically,
yeah, there's
I
a point
think
of order or
Gray-
two in here. Carry on, Joe.
Technically, I think Gray roped you into Zangief's inner
No.
circle.
No.
Although you did rope him into saving the world.
No, the flashbacks reveal actually Bella was the one who was Zangi's.
Oopsies. Oh,
Yeah.
I
Zangi
forgot
was
about
Bella's
that.
Yeah.
mentor, and she then roped Gray into also being part of the circle to help Zangi before
No.
she fully realized what was happening.
Yeah, Bella's feelings of guilt are very real.
Yeah.
Very strong.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
But okay, I think this is an interesting thing. So as like the chasm's being cleaned up and Itzel's working on her speech, and like Odette is like accounting for all the dancers and spending time with Cole and
Rebuilding the academy.
Like this is over the next like 2 weeks, right?
And make sure that Chantel is still in prison. So
Chantel is still in prison.
yeah, if she wasn't, then we have a second campaign on her hand.
Now you all went through a lot of effort to roll her up. I would have given her the escape on a nat 20, but
Yeah. And she stole our stolen car, so thank God we have that back.
that's true. And like Valen's going around and I think once the elimination of those remaining monsters is done, it turns to like what is now the church doing to just help people, right? And there's like a lot of people doing lay on hands and like any type of magic that can just make lives better and ease suffering as the rebuilding is occurring. Like that is just being deployed in mass as heavily as possible.
And escorting people to their homes so they feel safe about it. Like, I will walk you to your house.
Having just like a shining paladin just like out, like paladins just out at night being like, we're good, the invasion's over, like we are safe, and people are like, okay, like, and it really helps reassure them as they kind of see that beacon of light and hope after a lot of dreary darkness.
And Balin had actually gotten paladins of many orders involved in this fight.
Oh yeah,
and not just Tempest. And so he's not letting them leave. Like, oh yeah, we're done fighting. We're not done here. Get back to work. Over here. Come on. So
they showed up and they basically swore an oath to help you save and restore the city. And that means whatever you think it means in terms of like, hey guys, wheelbarrow, bricks, let's go. Like, but none of them complain. Like they're all like they're happy to do that, and then whether it's just using like supernatural powers to like save people or just literally just pushing a cart to get rid of debris, like they are happy to help restore this city as best as possible. You see flashes of Yusef and Suri. Most of the time is spent, I think people pop in to visit because they are still with uh, the Pontifex. Who's
Of Lyra? Or Lyra?
let me get her name up.
Not Lady Silverhand,
No, it's
the High Priestess. You just say the Pontifex. We know who you're talking about.
yeah. It's in the notes somewhere. But I believe it's Pontifex Marigold.
Sure.
Because after that moment where Suri finally got her body back, in her soul back into her body, there's been a whole lot of like, we're going to just monitor this magically for a while to make sure that like she is sane, has all of her memories, and is not further being like attacked or inflicted by some other like fail safes that Zangi put into place, or it's just even without all the magical nonsense, just as a pure psychological thing, how are you? Because there's been a lot of bad shit that happened to her, and just trying to just kind of work through that to figure out, get her bearings. But we see Yusef and Suri around a couple times. You get a chance to visit them. They look like they're in good spirits, and Yusef is talking excitedly about trying to redo their wedding, but they're waiting for the medical all clear first. But Bella, after like the first day, has been kind of conspicuously absent. Now you all been busy running around, so maybe you're missing each other. But I think it's a little while before like y'all see Bella again. With your research, Bella, you find there are basically three ways you could theoretically bring Gray back and put him in a body. One is with the use of a wish spell. Right. That's pretty not easy but straightforward. Two is when you turn on this the infernal machine. If you get the calibration right, you should be able to restore him. Although that one's a little iffy because it's designed to like realign souls to bodies in mass, and isn't designed specifically for like a half soul revenant hybrid. So you're gonna have to make some adjustments or convince people to help you make adjustments to tailor some energy for that specific situation. So a little more difficult, but still doable. The third option is there's a lot of magical notes and research on basically lichdom in Gray's lab. Like
he put a lot of work into bringing you back.
He spent so much time trying to analyze the breakdown and understand, like, because you're looking for vulnerabilities in like Zangi's like power and the process, and understanding like how to create these, and if you're like creating life from like simulacrums or clones, like how that works to like preserve a body without a soul. And like there's just tons of research where you spend a couple of weeks going through this stuff and realizing that like you have a lot of components here you could take advantage of. 2 weeks is not enough time to truly understand this process, but you got a lot of solid leads here that you feel could turn into something substantial if the other two don't work out. And I think it's around that time marker where I think you start getting some sendings from people to just say like, hey, how have you been? We all kind of want to like check in on each other. The Itzel's about to do a big kind of dedication memorial ceremony. I think we should all be there. And I know Yusef wanted to talk to us about his plans for a future wedding, kind of pinging from people to catch up.
And we should probably also use that Arcanum in order to bring back any of the recently dead.
Mm-hmm.
Well.
The good thing for that one is recently is not last 24 hours. Recently is like last year.
Oh.
It just will not bring back the millennia of pain and suffering, but can reverse
Not all of the
more recent,
desolation of Shar that
Yeah.
he killed.
but it could reverse the more recent suffering that's occurred. So you're not
Maybe
like,
don't bury the dead. I don't know. So
but yes, you do have to turn that thing on, and there are potential risks, but it should work.
How's the Raven Queen doing with this? Is she receptible to another deal? Is she still talking? I know that I currently owe her a battle because I had said that the duel between her and Memon
Mm-hmm.
sounded like one of the greatest fights ever, and so I made a deal with her that I would help.
She's been. I feel at this point most of the debts owed have been cashed in, and is waiting to see what's going to happen in the future. She's not exactly worried about what happens tomorrow. She's got you for a while, but you know that's there. That still kind of lingers in the back of your mind every now and then. But
Well, I think Bella, now having realized that the way that the Raven Queen brought back Gray was as a revenant, as opposed to fully and truly, she probably is actually a little bitter now.
A little
to her
bitter,
patron.
yeah, just a little.
And is definitely not going to be willing to make any deals with the Raven Queen in the future.
To be clear, also, just because Bella with that 29 Arcana would know, that bonkers that she pulled that off, as opposed to like most entities couldn't even pull that nonsense off. So like,
doesn't matter.
Yeah, it was
not matter.
It was not exactly what you wanted, but there's like 5 entities that could have pulled that off to begin with, and you got close.
That's not what Bella was looking for or asking for, and even if some part of her understands that was the best she was ever going to get, that's still doesn't matter.
I respect that. Let's flash cut, right? So we've had some of these little pocket pieces of recovery, and I think as Yusef talks to the group and says, I think the best thing to do in terms of like really adding closure to the city is after Itzel does her memorial ceremony, we take that opportunity shortly thereafter and activate the machine. And thus, we have the closure from the ceremony and then the restoration of those who are missing, along with the restorations that we've done locally. And I think that will go a long way for the morale of the city.
there are many people who have lost friends and family, and I believe that they are in mourning. It would be so good to. Well, she kind of like purses her like dark lips and looks at Bella, and she says, "I think it's time."
So I am gonna put Itzel a bit on the spot as like the day of. I'm assuming Bella, you return as people start asking where you are.
Bella would have also asked for the plans of the Incarna machine.
Oh, there's schematics.
To review them to make sure everything was in order ahead of this ceremony. To make sure things went according to plan.
Do I have those, or
Odette has a copy of the schematics. Gray can talk you through the schematics, and he has a lot of notes back in his lab as well.
If Bella has her full memories, she'd also, if she had
she was there.
She'd also
very
understand
competent.
them.
Yes,
So
and you'd be able to
very
look
much,
at that.
So there is the question of if Gray catches on to what it is Bella is ostensibly investigating, and if he has any thoughts on the matter.
I think I'm gonna make this interesting. I think I'll roll Constitution saving throws for Gray. Hold on. Ooh. I think you start to notice as time goes on, Gray becomes less and less interactive. and it's brought up a couple times where he just mentions that he is trying to conserve some energy because it doesn't feel as if he's being as fresh as quickly, but is less talkative at times. Just more. I guess aside from going from like deep philosophical discussions or like making occasional like what he thinks are funny jokes, to just kind of answering questions more directly and then leaving that as is. But
Bella feels a sense of urgency in figuring out if she can actually rewire this machine safely.
so we'll call it what? Restoration Day, Harmony Day. What do you want to call this thing itself? When you give this ceremony, I mean, we can crowdsource this too, but
It's Victory Day. We'll just call it VD for short.
Victory Day. I like it.
VZ, victory over Zengi. Yeah.
Maybe not include his name.
Yes,
Zengi's a bastard day.
I was making a bad joke on the basis of other bad jokes.
Okay.
But yeah.
Strike his name from the records forever.
Mm.
No, you're able to, regardless of whatever you want to call this ceremony, a lot of the city has gathered, right? People have been watching everyone slowly rebuild or fight back, and like at this point now, there's a crowd. They've been told the time and the location. They've been told that lots of other people are going to speak as well. Like some of the Council of Waterdeep are going to make some remarks. Some leadership that managed to survive in Neverwinter are going to make some remarks. But the way forward and like the real closing ceremony piece has been given to the four of you, as much as you'd like to speak. But Metzley has kind of encouraged Itzel to talk about the way forward. But all of you are welcome to give your input, right? And it's on the steps of Castle Never that the crowd in the just 2 weeks ago area where you had an insane melee to fight your way to the castle, smashing through buildings with just random parts of this town on fire with giant. You can remember, you look right over there where that one building is, and you remember that giant undead flesh golem made out of smaller zombies that just kind of like swarm through the town. You remember like, oh, this is where Bella actually managed to use some very powerful magic to just explode the minds of some of these like lesser demons and like stun some others, and this is where we watch just Valen go toe to toe with a Death Knight, and it swing, Valen catch his fist and then smash him back in the face and smite him back into oblivion. And like those
There was a
memories of,
cultist
like,
magical circle. We killed the cultist and stole the circle.
yes,
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
we're a not a pit fiend, the other one. Baylor was actually taken control of and just pointed back at the armies of demons. And well, those are moments of like good victory, and there's also moments of you got people to safety, but a few didn't make it. So it's kind of bittersweet. But this area has been repaired now. The damage is mostly gone. And now we just have a city full of live people who are excited because, well, the tides have turned now. Like actual heroes came in and saved the day. And now as things are being rebuilt, they're looking for the way forward. They're looking for what's next. And they're looking for just reassurance after a very, very dark time, brief time, but very dark in Neverwinter's history.
Now, the heroes are the ones who did the fucking work. The town guard, the soldiers.
Don't steal my speech.
Who work here? Yeah,
I heard we're all allowed to talk. So
yeah,
Yeah,
and
no,
they're still
please,
here.
yeah.
They are still here.
Just rounding applause goes through. You see like people from the Masons Guild and like different like healers and adepts around the city. Just all the people who are just going through the rubble and the day to day to like return this thing to some semblance of a civilization are just like applauding like Valen for the like just everyday man just doing the stuff.
Itzel takes the top of the parchment that she has and just tears off the top of it and like rips it up into tiny pieces. Like fuck. Like, yeah. So to piggyback off of that, like, God damn it. Yeah.
You do hear the kind of MC announce like, and now as closing the remarks from
Oh, Jesus.
the
Yeah.
heroes that truly saved the city and vanquished Zengi into, well, back to whatever terrible realm he came from. Give you the Neverwinter Nights. And the spotlight, of course, like
Spelled with a K. Neverwinter Nights. Yes.
Neverwinter Nights. One podium, one kind of thaumaturgy-esque spotlight for amplification that Itzel is kind of centered on, but all of you are there for support. Yusef is also up there along with Cole. I think General Ozalana comes up there. Father Stone is up in the background, right? They're kind of with you, but as like other people who just put in work to help you get where you are, right?
Where's Terrence?
Mm.
I made a deal.
Terrence is like has like a cart in the back of the crowd, and he's selling like tiny little action figures of us or something, like and beer, and yeah, like this is like we're making a profit off of this,
Is that why he stole Bella's home and tried to like get back in, and we promised and we made a deal because he sells action figures?
Oh no, I'll be straight up honest with you. If you want to know what Terrence is down at the local city governance area, buying up swaths of damaged land.
Yeah, that sounds more like it.
Very, very inexpensive cost, because it's an investment. You see.
Oh, he's Rich Crusoe. Got it. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's 100% where Terrence is right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Awful evil.
Yeah, like Itzel's got like her like notes, which once again after Valen speaks, like tore off. Like,
Odette just kind of whispers to you. She's like, "You are the person who brought us together. I couldn't think of a better person to do this speech other than you." And she gives you 1d8 verdict. So
okay. Like, I have a list of about 25 people that I would have done rather than this, but like before me. But okay.
Where's Delon?
So
Can you rope in Delon as your boyfriend at the last second?
Yeah,
like
God.
you gotta do it for me. It's in the vows. Like
yeah. I mean, he couldn't even commit to van life. We're not. Yeah.
He couldn't commit to life. He wasn't sure he was going to survive this fight.
It's a fantasy game. Okay. Anyway,
These people just taking Itzel and pushing her back in the front after she tries to leave.
Yeah.
She like nods at the podium. And
yeah. I mean, we all grieve in different ways, and that's going to be happening for a while, and all of those are valid. And while the city has been through great life-altering, life-changing, tragic things, we can see the resiliency of its people and every hammer that's been raised and every toast that has gone up with a pint of ale to the ones that have stayed and the ones that were lost. And I'm just gonna like mime lifting like a glass at that moment. Clearly had written in notes like lift fake glass. And
Pause
when
for
we
laugh.
think about moving on into the future, we, you don't need to consult the omens in order to do so. That it is instead in the determination of every one of you that it's, it's like make eye contact with several people in crowd. That we are able to move forward. Already, you can see the effects of what people building their home and rebuilding their lives looks like. And I can think of no greater display of strength than in those moments amongst you. Um, we applaud your work in this moment, and the leadership of your fine council members to continue to guide you forward and assist in building back this fair city. That let us not speak the name of one who sought glory, because that would be something that we do not need to do, and instead list the names of those that we love that may no longer be here, and face those memories instead. We have many ideas for what will happen in the restored areas of the city, as already nature works to heal itself in the grand motions of time.
Woo! Here's a question. As you were sitting there,
There was no question portion that I was told was happening in the speech.
I will take no questions at this time.
Please let me
I
leave.
have a question.
now this is just DM to player. Like, what's your dexterity saving throw? No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, right. Mhm.
One of the MC of the event goes, and now we'll have our question and answer part, and Itzel's just like completely walked off and just
Like all of a sudden, there's just like a little bit of a jump, and then there's like a vole on the stage, like scampers to the side. Yeah.
Audio feedback.
Mhm.
My question for Itzel is: as you're giving this speech and talking about like the way forward and the future of this city, is there any type of inspiration or prophecy that you are hit by in this moment that you feel needs to be
So I had thought about this. I actually think that she has avoided doing her like normal rituals of like foresight. That like in the like working to rebuild and restore, and that like there lingers the like, oh crap, what's next, but also the like we're in a nice, like for her I think like liminal space of like you had this huge mission forward of what you were like drawn to do by like the greater forces of the universe and fate, and now that that task is done, there is a like deep fear in her about like there's like a gnawing hole of what happens with the rest of your life. What the fuck is your purpose now? So like she has not been doing the normal like scrying into the future that she would have routinely done, along the way. And like I think in terms of what she's hoping to like convey very poorly is that like there's a self-determination piece for how they want to rebuild and remember, rather than like focusing on the tragedy or the like strength of the like villain that we just vanquished. So yeah.
Now, here's my question to you is this, because that's a very solid answer. The follow up is: are you actively avoiding
Yes.
the idea? Okay, hey, cool, make a wisdom saving throw. So I just want to see if like you are consciously trying to avoid being struck with inspiration for new prophecy. And like, and as this hasn't happened in a while, so it's probably lingering somewhere in the background. And I'm just curious if this is now when it strikes.
Why do you hate me?
Nat 20! Man, what a time to
When
pull
the
out a good
rolls
roll.
matter.
You
Though
you tell me
I
what
imagine-
you want to do here.
I don't know what you're trying to force upon me at this moment. Literally a stroke of inspiration? Like,
I
she
just wanna
has a
see-
seizure on stage? What's the, like...
I just want to see I want to see if the cosmos would hijack your mind and speak through you a divine prophet or a prophecy to the rest of the city to help determine their fate as they're at a junction on the river of time. But you have full control over that right now, so it is entirely up to you if you want to just give them the self determination, move on, and
Why does this feel like you want to make me narrate what happened? Like, all right,
I'm
DM.
just rolling dice to see what happens.
Okay.
It is entirely your call how this goes down.
Fine. The like greater force of fate in the universe speaks through her. So like,
Oh my god!
she's
What if the entire
going
speech
to.
was the prophecy?
I hate the fact that I can see the future. It's so
Yes, there we go. The
Sorry.
prophecy is Valen ruins my speech. No,
we knew that was going to happen. Give us a real prophecy.
Yeah. Okay, so like as she's like giving this is what I prepared. This is the last thing I wanted to do today. God damn it, Metzley. So Itzel will. No, I'm definitely not.
They love you.
She'll be struck by this, like, I don't know, cosmic backflow of all of the things that she's been avoiding seeing. I think sort of like when she goes into her like celestial form, she's going to like no longer be corporeal, but instead of looking like the like night sky stormy cloud constellation bits that she looks like when she's in her starry form, she instead looks like it's like almost like a like the like images of nebula that you can see like the different pieces because it's literally the birth of stars, right? Like those like radiation and dust clouds in the cosmos, and that like the like pulsing heart of it like forms a star, in the like multicolored cloud of things that is like either at least being projected in her form or so like instead of the like dark dusky colors, it's just this like hyper radiant rainbow of effect going on. But like she doesn't necessarily look like her. She looks like the, I don't know, like a lava lamp, I guess, in that moment.
Yeah,
Yeah, like
I love it.
so as she like is hit with this, like this is the I don't know, the image of the future that is coming. It's like her voice takes on like a like multi-resonant tone, so it's like it's her voice but you also hear like as though it's coming in multiple frequencies at the same time, giving this like the way forward as a like I don't know, the rebuild like self-determination in deciding how you want to rebuild your city. I don't know if there was actually a prophecy in there that you wanted to convey, but that's what she was telling them at start.
On a nat 20, the question I ask is it a good future or is there potential danger on the horizon?
I mean, there's always potential. The like, I think it is like it's a good future if that's what they put the energy in to build. It's the wolf you feed. The that like at this moment, all of the things that the people in the city are doing, the like trust and care for their neighbor that they're showing now.
Okay.
The like care to what and how we rebuild, and maybe like kick Terrence out if you would. Like the like that is like if that's the way forward, then they're building to solid ground to not breed another Zengi, etc. But I don't think fate ever tells you like yes, it's a good outcome, full stop. The magic 8-ball is outcome uncertain every time. So
this is I'm giving you a lot of free reign on a nat 20 because that's why I'm asking like is the future I think this is the future of like
but it's got to be a warning. Behave and you'll get your goddamn candy. Like this is the like,
I'm trying to figure out on that one
if you
TMI
treat
just
people
comes out
like
of
shit, bad things will happen.
Yeah.
Duh.
On a nat one, Tiamat just breaks out of the ground, is like out of hell, and now we started a whole new campaign. No, on that roll, like there is a very long period of peace and prosperity that you see, right? Your prophecy, I think, follows images of just like lush growth and tranquility. And there's a few moments where you see just a little bit of blight or rot, but that is quickly trimmed away by the actions of people committing to one another and a greater world. And as far forward as you look, as you speak about this, it resonates with people, right? Because just saying we're going to build a better future, that can be encouraging. But as you literally channel this magical energy and look forward to what's going to happen next, like it inspires people in a way that just words never could. And you feel just an electric energy go through the crowd as I feel the general summary is we will prosper so long as we look after one another.
My charisma score is bad, but my wisdom is good.
Turns out, though, when you just do a cool lava lamp prophecy, people really key in.
God damn, the whole time.
People listen.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, look at Chris Angel. He's not that charismatic, but he's got a lot of cool lights and props. No, I'm kidding. I love Chris Angel, but he's not. Well, would not call him the Rizzler, right? He's
mainly of clove magic, not speech magic.
But this
I feel like she definitely wants to like intone the like you have to keep the memory of this alive in one another, like the way forward, like to keep your like the momentum going. You have to like you have to keep this memory in the consciousness of the people as they go forward. Like you cannot forget that this happened and how.
And that is clearly like calcified in people's minds, at least for like this generation witnessing this. The future,
Simba, remember who you are.
Right?
Yeah.
But it's a good speech to end on, as now as everyone kind of disperses to effectively do any type of mourning or celebrating that, and you see it all across the city. You see everything from like fireworks on one side of the city to like people drinking, having a small festival because they're successful, to people like having like small private like kind of like funerals or like memorials, that kind of stuff. It's everything in between. But the bottom line is like even as good or bad, like there's still just a good feeling of hope that blossoms from this.
Great. Who wants to go after my speech?
Does anybody else have any comments they want to add, or do you want to end on that note?
I was gonna say, like, Bella, you don't want to public speak? Like,
if you make me, I'll do something, but it's not going to be uplifting.
She just lost her brother. She's very bitter.
I was only going to make the person that could see the future talk about the way forward.
Yeah.
that seemed just very fitting.
Odette takes the microphone and says, "One of your dead loved ones is behind this machine."
Oh, jeez.
And no.
Would this person move their car?
Under your seats for the souls of the lost.
There's a moment as this speech is happening where Valen
walks out in like the Price is Right, like Vanna White costume, being like,
She's just pointing to soul.
Valen, as this speech is happening, you notice that the sun actually starts getting pretty bright. Very bright, incredibly intense. You kind of like put a hand up. The next thing you know, like everything else just washed away in like an intense white light.
Do the rest of us see this?
Nope. Okay. And Valen, you are now standing in a very familiar place. It is once again throne room is, I think, the wrong description. It is the war room that belongs to none other than Tempest himself. Right. As his tall figure in full armor is standing there. And he says, "Well done.
We got him."
I've never doubted the capability of those who I choose, but there are times I am disappointed by them never seeing their full potential. In this case, you've far exceeded anything that I could have asked of you."
No, thanks, Sky Daddy.
You are a true warrior at heart. And now you're at an important crossroad. And as your companion speaks about prosperity in the future and choices and looking out for one another, I realize that you have more than done your part to the service of the temple and to the Sword Coast. And so I want to offer you a choice. The first option is straightforward. Continue on your current path. Continue to wield my blessing and the Holy Avenger and continue to fight.
I'll take that one.
he smiles and says, "I thought you might say that." I will offer the second option because you've earned it, and it is something that you should be aware of. And this offer will stand for the duration of your tenure as my chosen. You've more than earned it. You can designate a successor. If the time comes when you find that you want to fight different battles in this world, because I don't doubt you would ever stop fighting, and I would be disappointed if you did. But not all fights are done on the battlefield. So if there's ever a time where you decide you want to fight a different cause, be a champion of a different ideal, and still drive forward with great purpose, you have my blessing to choose a successor. And consider your oaths to me fulfilled.
No, that's great to hear. I will work on that and bring them along with me for everything to come. I'm not letting you fire me. I mean, I'm here, but
Today is certainly not that day.
but I have no problem bringing somebody else along for the ride to pick this up when I'm done.
Well, seems redundant, but I thank you.
That's funny because that's Valen as the avatar of the god of battle. When you kill someone who is a good opponent, the correct response is Tempest thanks you.
And then with that, the lens flare of light kind of fades away, and you just hit with that thunderous applause as Itzel finishes her speech. But yeah, you will continue to fight as the chosen as long as you wish, but you have more than fulfilled your oaths. Now you're just on bonus time. After
I was going to say that as the wonderful speeches finish, Valen would go out with the people and tell it's the future is yours to make tomorrow. Tonight we drink to the fallen, we toast to the survivors, we cheer the people who helped, and we celebrate our city that is ours again to do what we want with this prophecy that Odette or that Itzel has given us. But tonight we celebrate.
Hell yeah.
We fucking won.
What he said.
As the crowd again erupts into cheers, and then like all the festivities start. The music starts in different pockets of the area. Some people are like doing impromptu parades or like fucking like games and dancing and like everything that they can to just like blow off the steam of this crazy occupation of undead and demons, and now they are truly just living their best lives in safety and happiness. Yusef does come up behind the rest of the group and says, I think as we are going to capitalize on the momentum of this victory, now is the time to activate the machine. If that is still something we
I was
want
going
to
to
do.
say, have a wedding.
Suri and I have so many plans. All of you are invited, of course. We are not going to use the Castle Never Courtyard. I feel like there's a lot of bad memories there, but we have some
tried
other...
that. We tried that. It didn't go well.
I do believe
It's not your
that,
venue. I just don't feel it's a vibe.
at least, and I believe that Lady Silverhand herself has the Celestial Diamond, so that it's no more. So we need not worry about that.
We're not going to suggest maybe she picks a sapphire or something this time.
Sorry, the Celestial Sapphire. I forgot.
Mm.
I feel in the true spirit of starting over, we don't start over from the place of terror and pain. Which is, and he kind of as you all are walking up towards the castle, he does put an arm around Odette and says, also as a gift, whenever you and Cole decide that, well, if there's a ceremony in your future, I would be more than happy to. I'd be more than happy to sponsor it.
Oh,
As a gift from me to you for for helping the kids to read back and all that we've gone through. Like whatever you and Cole wanted to, like I will help and make sure that happens. You've more than earned it.
that is very kind of you. And she like gives him like a little French like a mwah, mwah kind of kiss. And she
Ask
says,
for a yacht.
"It is interesting that you remark on this. If you remember that, while you corralled us all, or let us be honest, it is Itzel that brought us all together. But when we were dungeon delving, and afterward the your bachelor and bachelorette evening, I said that I wanted to put your love to poem, if not to an opera or ballet.
Like
I think we are working on something like that. I have a long memory.
I'd
Shadow Elf, come in.
he looks shocked that you recalled this and like almost seems to have forgotten himself and it's like you did say that.
A lot of things happen. A lot of things. We'll leave it at that. But that and simply just rebuilding the academy bigger and grander than before. But it would be lovely to have your help. And also, within reason, creative edits from you and Siri, to immortalize your love and put that to. We speak of the future. We speak of immortalizing things. I would like this to last more than a generation.
He just gives you a big hug and says, you're amazing. Thank you. That is the kindest gift you could have given us.
It is my pleasure. And Cole and Azulana all You are a family now. You may have made us do very strange obstacle courses when you put us to the test. But you made us each realize something: the value of love. Uh, that some of us are warriors, some of us can summon storms, some of us are nigh avatars for courage and bravery, and some of us have yet to learn our identity and who we truly are. But isn't that wonderful how bright and wondrous the future is?
I look forward to see
Like
where this journey
hugging.
takes us. But yeah, he gives you a big hug, and you can see like he little tears up a little bit, and I was honestly moved by this. The fact that you tried to write out this like poetry to play in like the month of nightmares that you lived in is like just buck wild.
Indeed.
Um,
Worth it.
and then all of you start heading up to the castle. Gray, who's been, like I said, more reserved, um, is just starts talking through the like. Okay, so if you're going to activate the machine, Bella, I know that you know these things, but there's just a couple things worth checking on the calibrations. I know that everyone has put a lot of time and attention into making sure this is perfect, but always worth checking it one more time, right? If we're gonna do it, we've got one shot at it. We got to make sure it's perfect, or it's not going to work. And the last thing I want to do is, you know, not see some of the suffering reverse, or worse, add more suffering. But yeah, and then I'll. Well, I'm not gonna lie to you. If we change the calibration on this, it might actually mess up. I don't know if I want to be the reason why that other people don't come back if we change the math on it. I mean, maybe that's just me being nervous about it, but something I've been thinking about.
All right. I would like to do, I guess maybe an Arcana check for Bella to see how confident she is that she can do this without. Because we already know the usual way the Incarnum works is that the Land of the Undying actually takes minuscule amounts off of every soul that dies anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So you could do that without hurting a soul.
Correct.
So if you do that across all the souls that I would be bringing back from the past year to create one essentially fully fledged soul for Gray, that won't hurt the other souls that are currently caught up in the machine.
It
If
won't.
I
No.
can do it correctly.
Yes. Now you've had 2 weeks of staring at schematics and going through research notes and kind of reworking the equations here, and you feel pretty good about it. But
I was gonna say I'll do an Arcana check just to be.
Let me get an Arcana at advantage, since you've had a lot of time to research and used. Because you are deviating from the schematics in the equation that.
That's a real shitty advantage. Oh fuck.
Oh boy. Let
So
me pull up
that
out
is,
there.
that's a 22.
It's not the worst.
It's really shitty. Yeah.
Bella's Arcana is a plus 14.
Do
Trust
you-
me when I say that roll was shitty as fuck.
Was that an
That an
8?
8 was the
Yeah.
better of the two rolls.
Do you have? I think there's like 3 extra points of advantage I didn't add in. Do you want to burn one of those?
Yeah,
Fuck
then we
yeah,
have
I
8.
do.
As
Fuck
you were,
yeah, I do.
as you were all up there, Yusef and Bella.
Hell yeah. That was an 18, so now it's a 32. Bar!
Much better.
Hell yeah.
I really want to bring Gray back, but I really don't want to fuck over like countless other people to do so, because then Bella's gonna have to start making some real tough choices.
Yeah, that's like an alignment changing kind of choice.
That's alignment changing shit right there.
Wait, we were playing with alignment?
Never came up.
Gotta double check my sheet.
So Bella is super confident that she can both bring everybody else back and save Gray at the same time.
Want to hear something really cool?
Yeah.
As you're up there making these final adjustments, right?
By
Because
the way, I'm perfectly willing. I've already thought about this. If I need a body, I'm absolutely putting Gray into one of the spare Bella bodies, and then we can really be twins.
Yeah.
that is a question I have to ask you. Is like, where does this soul go? So we'll
got some spare bodies. Bella's got several spare bodies that Gray already and they're already.
I have been asking this. Yes,
it is. He set them up.
They were fraternal twins. They can be identical. Bella's cool with that.
Well, wait a second. Is that
magic exists in this world? If Gray doesn't want to look like Bella for the rest of his life, we can fix that in post. Like, it's fine.
But are those in the mountain fastness, his secret villain lair, or are they here?
They would still be in the villain lair.
In 2 weeks,
being here for it to work.
In 2 weeks, with the magic you have access to, you could have brought one back with you.
I'd ship it.
Like the idea, getting a person,
attach it to a goat, and just
like. Technically speaking, a dead body is considered an object by 5e rules, so you can throw it in a bag of holding and just roll out.
Well, it would be a body that's inside the holding too, because
Yeah.
you don't want the body to start to decay before
That's
we're
true.
ready for it.
Yeah,
You
it's
don't wanna
worth
just,
more
like,
if it's in
dump
the
it out.
original packaging. Like, you can't break that seal.
Yeah, fair.
You can't break the seal.
So you go up there and you start making make these last minute calculations and adjustments, and Yusuf kind of just like
And I don't tell anyone what I'm doing.
Yusuf will kind of poke his head around the corner and be like, Bella,
Yes.
I know we were doing a couple last minute checks. I did happen to notice that some of the calibrations have changed. Are we doing something different here?
Yes, I nothing to be alarmed about. I have been spending the full 2 weeks studying, using the full amount of my now regained memories of the times that I helped Zangi create the machine in the first place, and everything I've learned since then. And I trust that the best chance of the best outcome for the most people is with the current settings. We don't want to risk missing anybody when we try to bring everybody back, and I think this is really the best chance for a good outcome for everybody. So trust me, I've spent a lot of time studying this, and I'm confident that this is the right settings.
Oh, okay. I absolutely. For it originally, the energy was kind of spread out with an equal dispersion. There's like a specific pocket. Is that anything we should be concerned about?
It's just a slight accounting for a rounding error.
Do we hear this?
It's fine. It's
Do we
fine.
hear this?
Don't worry about it.
Do we hear this?
I think unless you're actively like at the machine, turning wrenches and calibrating, probably not.
Okay.
But you guys are kind of around. But I think this is like literally like the
Would
two
you
of them
trust
like
Bella
underneath
again
the
without
machine, like
any of
actually
your
adjusting the
help?
crystals.
I do have a jeweler's background. Just letting you know, I know how to fix clocks. I know how jewelry works.
Well, does
I'm
Bella
kidding.
does Bella ask for help in this?
Bella would not ask for
Okay,
help.
that's
No.
fair.
Bella is trying to obscure her because she doesn't trust that all of you would support her to bring Gray back. Because of all of the many, many examples of you all not liking and trusting Gray.
That's
Name
fair.
one time. Name one. I want to hear,
One
I want to
time
hear names.
whole
I want to hear names.
Roll the footage.
Name names.
If I had known I needed to edit together a deep cut of all the times that everybody said anti-Gray shit in this campaign.
I'll just see that.
It's like 4 hours of footage, just people just talking shit about Gray.
It's just a lot of people going, and
Sounds like a piece of shit to me.
I'm gonna roll insight on that.
Whereas
As-
Valen is chaotic good, so he's always looked at Gray and been like, I can understand it.
Valen is literally the only person, if Bella was going to, Valen is actually the only person she would have fessed up to. But she doesn't, because Valen can't help, so what's the point?
That's
fair.
true, yeah.
Valen's dumb. He's not built for this.
mean.
I mean, it's not wrong, but ow.
Odette trusts Bella. She doesn't.
You start off being like, Valen's the only one I would trust. Valen's dumb.
She still doesn't trust.
Valen is magic dumb.
That is accurate.
Magic and religion dumb.
Valen is a beautiful golden hawk, and you're asking him to swim. That's the problem here.
Valen is not a books boy, so he can't help me with this.
You need the machine to work, so you just pray harder, right? That's how
Way
it works.
harder.
1000% respects Valen if it comes to the types of smarts that are required for, say, battle tactics. That is where Valen is a fucking genius. If it comes to magical machinery, Bella's not going to call Valen, except if it's to drop off sandwiches and coffee while we're all working on the problem.
Damn.
Do us.
That's fair.
This whole
Each of
keep
us.
getting
Now do
deeper.
me and then do
Yes.
This is just turned into a
Stop
roast.
digging.
Now do me and then do Itzel.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
God.
Bella's been a mean girl this whole time, and you guys never picked up on it.
Yusuf's sitting there, like, looking at your new calculations, like, eating the rest of his sandwich, and is like,
Fine. Promise.
He does kind of sit for a second and think about it, and then we'll actually help you recalibrate the machine. And I rolled his engineering on this. It was a nat 20.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so he sees the changes you're making, asks a couple questions, doodles a couple things on this little sandwich napkin he has, and then turns around and just starts making changes. I will say one last thing before you hit the on button. With all the calibrations, there are other things you could do with this machine.
Like what?
All sorts of crazy things. I mean, it's just
over it.
It's charged with Arcanum in a way that it could alter, it can undo some of the reality that just occurred. It can do other weird shit too. That would be something you're aware of. Yeah.
No, never mind. I was about to be like, let's go crazy with it. Could it literally turn back time?
I've been thinking of that Cher song for a while.
If I could turn back time.
Make a giant super soul, create a new god. Yeah, those are options. Change other things from reality.
That actually would not bring Gray back, so you know what? She's not gonna do it.
Fair
Could
enough.
you clean and wax the car?
Does it make fries?
Eldritch reality with a side of fries.
Cappuccino.
Bella, the machine is primed, ready, and charged. All you have to do is hit the button. And it is calibrated to bring Gray back as well as undo the damage that was done to the people in this recent fight.
I hit the button.
Okay.
Good luck to all of us. Hey.
Here's a bunch of d6s.
If this goes wrong, totally fair if y'all kill me. Like, that's fair.
No, it's not what we do.
Wow.
I think my HP was a reset.
Okay, as everyone's given the like, okay, here we go. The machine
Such
is
a bright
activated,
future.
right?
Hmm.
And yeah, immediately it's all like, oh, the prophecy changes. And you're like, oh fuck! Demons from hell, they're back. No, the machine starts to like almost in like a diesel capacity, like chug to life, and starts just like whirring and like just emitting like just these different like these types of crystal spark or smoke out of it. As the energy now, it's because it's plugged into all those different like we saw tubes of incarnate and everything, right? Just lights up and starts processing. Immediately, all of you feel incredibly disoriented.
Great.
As you just see these weird, like almost pulse waves coming off this machine, and they start getting like bigger and bigger and having just an even larger radius of effect. And it's disorienting because like what happens in your mind is you start remembering multiple different things that occurred. As like in one scenario where you're fighting and you saw a bunch of civilians get like smashed to death by one of these zombie ogres, right? And like how they were just like instantly killed by just a building. Like suddenly that like overlays with like the fact that like they didn't die actually. They moved slightly to the left, and the fact they actually survived with injury or like with like problems, but like they survived that encounter, right? As opposed to just dying instantly. So now there's like this just two memories in your head. Then like a third split memory happens, and a fourth and a fifth. As like over the last couple of days, hundreds, if not thousands, of like micro instances are just slightly shifted in a way that is just so disorienting to the very core of like what you know to be true in the reality around you.
This must be what going mad feels like.
It
I will
kind of
say,
does.
I sent you like a small, like just a side
Oh.
message.
Yeah.
Just
Kill
depending on-
everyone.
I don't know how your narration is going to end, but I just want to add this as a just FYI.
Oh,
Because
interesting.
I don't know how you rolled.
I hate this.
Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna make this real interesting. I'm gonna roll in the chat. And here's how I'm going to do this. I'm gonna change the parameters just slightly.
Yeah.
But
because I feel like you were gonna make it a little easy on me, and I'm like, it's okay if you don't, because I have a backup plan.
Who rolled in that? Who rolled in that 20 just now?
you just have to help
That
with
was
recalibration.
on the engineering to help with the like recalibrating to the specs that Bella had planned that was supposed to bring back everybody minus a tiny bit set aside in order to bring back Gray in addition to everybody else.
Essentially, you were doing what Lady Allura was doing with the Arcanum.
Exactly.
Going
If
through her
Lady
realm.
Alora's doing it and that doesn't hurt the souls, then clearly if you take a small enough bit from each individual soul, you don't actually hurt them in any way that impacts their afterlife or their ability to be resurrected.
Yes, it's like
So,
losing hair and
across
skin cells.
all of
Wasn't this the plot of Superman 2 with the banks?
I don't know, I haven't watched any of the DCU. So
That's a line from Office Space, never mind.
It's like this is 100% the Office Space bit of like we're just gonna take 0.001% of every transaction and become millionaires.
But then I have a rounding error, and so Bella's not going to make a rounding error. So it's
No,
fine.
your math is solid. I'm going
Yeah, I
to.
was gonna say, I was like,
The joke
I do
was
kind
when
of hate
Bella
that this is
explained
mathematically
away-
appropriate.
Even
I'm
though
going
Bella
to roll.
explained away the like setting aside a tiny bit of every soul as a rounding error buffer to Yusuf as why she justified it to him. Like we don't need to worry about that.
I'm going to roll in Owlbear so you can all see this.
Oh god.
Oh wait, now I have to pull up Owlbear.
You don't even know what you're rolling
I
for.
have it open.
I'm going to tell you.
What do these numbers mean?
I'm going to tell you what it means.
Before you do, Andy, can you tell us how many people did she bring back?
So in this instance, based on like just the short timeline of what can be undone, I'm going to say it is close to. It'll be about 10,000 people between like the people that have been like killed in basically in the last week as a result of this, both here in Neverwinter and in like pretty far across the Sword Coast.
Okay, so pretty good number. So everybody loses 1/10,000th of a soul.
Yep. So now there are people who can obviously like they may or may not choose to come back, but that's different. But
You just take their whole one; they're not using it.
Well, it's gonna go.
How that works.
It's gonna go somewhere else. There's a feather and a scale. We gotta do a whole thing with that. I'm gonna roll it.
This is why I didn't bring Valen into my math because
I got numbers here, man. This works out.
Valen's got the spirit, but he's not.
That's what I was gonna say.
All right, so if he's got $400 billion and there's 400 billion people, he can give $1 billion to every person, and that math is good.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I'm going to roll a bunch of death saving throws for the Sword Coast. That's what I'm going to do.
For the circus, what?
Yeah.
Sword
So,
Coast. Sword Coast.
Oh,
For the
okay,
circus.
The auto.
Also not bad. Like that makes a certain kind of sense, though.
Yeah.
Well, no, I'm reading the closed captioning that said I'm rolling
Ah.
for the circus. I'm like,
The circus.
For the circus, yeah.
Sure.
not part of this plot.
It could be. I'm going to roll a bunch of death saving throws for the Sword Coast. So I have altered the numbers slightly based on the successes of the rolls. So on a 1 to 8, that is a failure. Anything above is a success. There are no bonuses. What I'm looking for, obviously, is 3 successes.
Could Valley give a bonus to their save by standing near the machine?
I apologize. A 1 to 8 is a failure. 9 above is a success. I said that.
That's
backwards.
better. Yeah.
That makes sense.
Because low number man.
And my message is in effect. So.
Yep.
No.
Which is how we're going to figure out if that applies. So let's see. That's a
still
net
not
one.
I was like, these are still not fantastic odds.
Strong host, work with me here.
So the first one is a nat 1, and instantly.
How many are you rolling?
We still have 7 more points of advantage. Can we at least get one of them in here?
Let's
And we could also get more if anybody in the audience would like to.
If anybody wants to help medical aid for Palestinians, that would also help save the Sword Coast people who are trying to stay alive.
Oh, I had a.
Let me bring up this
Write it
advantage
down,
factor
send it
now.
to
Hold
him.
on.
Write it down, send it to him.
Because we're gonna see just how effective or not this is. Because even though the math is correct, holy shit, there's a lot of variables to account for as you are looking at just altering the flow of time and reality over the last week. And that just means that there's some outliers that you didn't consider. And not every single one will be successful, but that's okay. So to give you the actual number, we have 7. That's a 1 fail.
But
So,
I would like to use one of those on the nat 1. They can fail. It's okay, but nat 1, come on now. Put some effort into having your damn soul saved.
I will say we can re-roll these once we get a determining like one or the other, if that makes sense, right? So like we got the failure.
You want a total first.
Yeah, I think that's going to be more interesting. But yeah, so the machine starts to ripple, and all these realities start to break and fragment. And one of the things that you didn't factor into your math, which why would you? I mean, it's something that like literally I don't think anybody thought of, was accounting for the multiple reality fragments of this machine itself. And so initially when you fire it up, there is some weird calibration that occurs as suddenly this machine exists in now multiple realities. As you're like, oh, fuck, and have to carry the 1 on that. And that's why the initial activation is screwy.
Her part of it is the problem is she was working off the idea of how it worked back when it was first created. And over time, minor fluctuations because of the different realities have magnified, and that was something she wasn't aware was a thing because
Mhm.
she hasn't been present and working with this machine all that time, and that is why she didn't account for that. Is the fact that it's just like she was working with the way that this machine supposedly worked on day one, and she
And
wasn't aware that over the course of all this time, these very minor fluctuations have magnified.
Hmm.
So
and you and Yusuf are able to quickly compensate for that, but it does start off kind of rough.
yeah,
Okay, so now we can burn a point of advantage
unnecessary
if we
me
like.
adding detail. I'm just like, you know what? I'm gonna fucking justify why Bella was wrong because Bella's never wrong.
Would you like to burn a point of advantage on that last roll, which is
I
a 7?
absolutely would like to burn him. I'm just speaking for the group. Yes.
Okay.
Because the entire apparently Sword Coast is in the balance. So yes, I think I speak for the group when I say yeah, we'd like to burn some advantage on that.
Okay. The machine starts to smoke and like emit odd sparks very quickly. You and Yusuf are like ripping out crystals, like changing levers, like moving different dials and knobs, and start to recalibrate rather quickly. God damn, that is a 4.
400% improvement.
As again, like you are
300%
now
improvement, but yeah.
bringing another point. Down to 5 points of advantage as you continue to
Percent increase.
try to fight through this ripple effect that is now
Where
happening.
are you rolling
like,
this? I'm not seeing this.
oh, I'm
It's
an
in
owlbear.
there. I watched.
Stop using
Which
owlbear.
owlbear are you in?
Owlbear.
The one we
it's
did
not
the
in
finale
the.
fight. The same one
Because
you've been using.
I'm not
The
seeing
one
it.
that is currently in streaming info. They're just the
Oh,
most
it's because
recent
I
one.
had mine. Okay, never mind.
Well,
I had the wrong shelf open. It's fine.
Just make sure you update that one because the other one takes you to the.
So you say, according to this, all of you are here.
Would
Yeah.
someone else
No,
like to
when
roll the
you
next
have
one?
your dice thing,
I'll
up,
roll
it's
it.
the other.
Okay.
Sure, Fallon, as my most
Mm.
likely to support me in my bad choices, please roll.
That's a 9.
That's
That's
a
success.
success. Okay. Very quickly, you're able to start to get this thing back on track. Like, it takes a couple seconds. Even Gray is like, "Oh crap, we didn't account for the reality variance that just like for the machine itself." And like you were all diligently working to get this thing, and suddenly like the potential damage of this thing starts to fade away, and you now start seeing realities where like this is all successful again, rather than just seeing ones where it fails and strange occurrences start to like linger on the horizon. Who wants to roll the next one?
Odette, you want to get one?
I think Bella shouts at this point, and she fesses up a little bit of being like, "Help! We need to save them. We need to save him. Like, help! Switch that. Move that there. Swap those crystals."
Oh, Odette. Odette says, "Just breathe. You have this. You've known this for a long time. You have a bardic inspiration. So I don't know what that does, but that's all Odette can. Otherwise, I think Odette is just writing in the shadow. The shadow.
Or as like shouting like at Odette or someone to do things. So, like you get to roll. So give yourself bardic inspiration.
Oh, I see. Can I give myself a bonus?
You can
I'm
give
pulling
yourself
you all
bardic.
in to help me do
Traditionally,
my horrible plan. So
Let me see. How do I roll this in?
you can give yourself bardic inspiration, can't you? Is that not
yeah,
a thing?
100%.
Will it affect death save?
Sometimes. Only sometimes, and I don't think all the time.
You absolutely can right now.
Well, but I can't be rolling for death save either as far as bardic inspiration. Like, in theory, Andy's the one rolling the death saves, so that's not helpful.
Okay, so what am I rolling?
Roll a death saving throw.
Roll.
He's
So,
doing
just a
weird
D20.
thing, so it's just
Yeah.
just roll it, and then I guess maybe add a bardic inspiration.
17.
As a success.
Oh, wait a second. Great.
All right.
So what? I don't know what that total was.
22.
23.
22.
2. You're right. Now you are at a critical point in this process, as these multiple realities have now almost solidified. There's a moment where this can absolutely take hold and be the new dominant reality of these people did not die, they survived, and they're going to live their best lives. There's also a moment where this could just overclock and explode in a way that could cause untold types of damage to the Sword Coast as things are being changed. So you don't know exactly how it'll land where in this process. So I would love for Bella to make the last one.
I was gonna make Itzel as the one who can see the future.
Don't you fucking dare.
Oh no, this is
I have to give a speech. That was my contribution to the goddamn future. I don't know how badly y'all hate me, but this is not the like.
Absolutely not, because I don't know why Owlbear does not like Itzel, but it does.
Owlbear does legitimately have something out for.
Has it?
It's true.
That's right, Bella. Success or failure is on you.
There we go.
Oh my god.
It's my own fault. It's my
Yeah.
own fault.
No one else to blame.
Yeah. Such anticipation.
Oh my goodness.
That one! Oh my god!
Anyway, so we are live from the apocalypse. Please.
We still have 5 points of inspiration.
Our Discord.
You know what? It's fair that my message is in effect now.
No. Oh, did you give yourself conditions?
Oh man.
She gave the DM a compulsion.
Bella, what happens on a net one? Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna set the stage for you. So, as these different possibilities just converge, right? Immediately, everyone's like own reality compass starts to just break and shatter, right? As this machine is just gone wildly off calibration, and the idea that like either there's a charging issue or or some sort of calculation issue, but the end state of this is that everything that it could have changed is it could be much worse. In fact, the realities that could split here can now result in like more deaths or undoing other things that you have done.
But not Zenki dying, because I know that's a celestial event.
That one is, but it doesn't mean that other things can't be woken up by this or changed in a way that is traumatic. Like there's reality where, and I'll make this personal so you'll understand the cost. There's reality where like, Odette, you survive. Your parents and Cole are they are dead. They are gone. You never met, right? Like you're well, not your parents, but like Cole specifically, like just erased from those timelines, or like diverged in different paths, or like he died for you, or there's ones where you actually died for him, right? Mm-hmm. Same thing with Itzel. This path's now that you look back and like, there's ones where Metzley just went completely fucking insane in the Shadow Realm, and like you had to put her down as a villain because she lost her mind to the darkness. There's ones where your prophecy was in fact wrong, and you were just lied to by like the powers that be. There's one where like you died to try to save the world to fulfill this prophecy, and it didn't matter. And like the harsh reality of other competing powers and intents just steamrolled over your sacrifice, and you just simply died somewhere in the dark alone, and nothing. It just meant nothing. All these things start to now bleed in as possibilities. Valens, there's ones where like, you were never chosen, and you never showed up to this fight, and as a result, thousands of people died.
That's because, very unpleasant.
No one like the people who took up the sword with great intent didn't make it. Like they fought as best as they could, and they died, and they lost the sword in battle, and it was just never brought in as an option. There's ones where like you tried to gain control of the gods tier, and you were not found worthy of it, and unable to wield that power, right? And just as you were not found worthy of that, you were cast aside and said, well, you are no longer a player in this activity now, right? There are ones where you just simply died on the battlefield before any of this happened. as a soldier. Like that skirmish went the wrong way and you were just killed. And like all these things start happening and bleeding out to other people. Bella, I think it's you and Yusef kind of in the epicenter of this like insane bubble of potential and explosion. And Yusef looks at you and goes, like he's looking at the calculations, he's watching this machine spark and like do all sorts of like insane stuff. And he's like, what do we do?
Tell everyone I'm sorry. I couldn't not try to save him. But it's okay, because I'm going to fix it. And then Bella's just gonna fucking pour her own incarnum into the machine to fix this problem in order to bring everybody, including Gray, back.
Okay. There's a moment where Yusef is like, wait, Bella, what are you? And then like we kind of slow down and see like this is happening. This is important. Itzel, you see this potential, and you see Bella start to just slam an insane amount of Arcanum, and you feel it too, because you kind of tied together with some of this power. You feel it as she just slams it into this machine to like reorient it to get the actual pathway to like success that you want, that you all desire. You got one action. What would you like to do anything with it?
Okay, so we do still have a wish. Yeah?
Bella is pouring her half of that incarnate into this machine right now.
Yes.
But yes.
But if both of them were to be oriented in the right way, we're using a wish with that, yeah?
Yep. That's
Quickly.
what that turned into.
So the, like, you know, you don't have to martyr yourself in order to fix this. Like,
But I just
what
turned 2. No,
you can go to therapy when we're done. In fact, I will insist upon it.
You see like the life force, all the incarnum and all of Bella's life force is just being rapidly drained from her as she's just pouring it into this machine.
Like, what if the wish is that it works as intended?
What do you do?
That a tiny fraction of the souls, Gray comes back, you stay.
That's the wish.
She's got to agree, though, because it has to be both of us, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you can let go of your guilt for long enough to make it work the way it's supposed to.
You rush in and you, I think, grab towards Bella. Because at this point, like, this is almost the, like, what is it? Like the John Manhattan from, like, The Watchmen, right? Where he's just, like, completely illuminated with energy, and, like, you can see, like, the skeletal, like, shocks through her system as, like, this incarnate just being fucking poured out. Like, this is not a, like,
I feel like
hey, we should change our minds.
Being like, why would you do this? You hate him. Like, I didn't trust any of you to help me with this.
Honestly, I don't give a shit about him. This is not, like, that is not the point. That's what you're trying to do, and if the choice is we get all of those souls and you, I can live with Gray.
Damn.
Fine, Ella.
What?
You know,
like, well, yeah, like, he would do it for you. He did do it for you. Yeah, okay, like...
All right, so
and I'm going to kick you in the shin so hard when this is over.
Itzel just kind of dives into this just bubble of arcane energy, and you and Bella like connect in some way. Like you get a hand on the shoulder, hand on hand, whatever. There's some physical bam. What is the wish?
That the machine works as intended. So reality stays. The tiny fraction of each of the souls is taken to create like a stable ish whatever for Gray. Bella does not have to martyr herself, and it doesn't explode.
Okay. Is that the wish that Bella wants?
Yes.
All right. This is the finale.
Good, because I was a little bit worried you were still gonna.
Bella's not suicidal. She's
Yes.
just fully
Martyrdom by another name.
willing to
Yeah.
sacrifice herself to save others.
There's a moment where
She's not going to choose death if it's not like necessary.
fair.
But we understand why we were worried, right? Yeah.
There's a moment where like everything just when this intent for this wish is expressed, everything stops. Right? All the like the confusing thousands of different memories and like just the shaking of like this room, the arcane like output of this machine, everything just stops. And there was a moment where reality becomes a blank slate for the two of you. And you begin to kind of draw or paint or project your intentions onto it. And you feel the incarnum being burnt up in this. And you feel the literal, like, the soul magic that is going into, like, literally creating something new into this reality being utilized. And there's a moment of not quite happiness, but satisfied intent you feel. But not from you, from the energy itself. As is being pushed into creating this new energy, it seems like the fractions of people, of these souls that are still somewhere in there, are just happy to be used in a way that's bringing good, rather than being lost to potential or used for destruction. This is that prosperous and happy way forward that you spoke about, and they also want to support it and draw out this new world where the damage for the last couple of days has been pretty much undone. The people, at least, survive, right? The buildings and all those other structures, that's still a work in progress, but people who were dead, who were very dead, have now returned to life. And that energy and that burden also leaves you. The energy crackles down from the machine, and it simply whirls, grinds to a halt, and you can see all of the different crystals and different pieces of like metal connectors have been just burnt out and fried. Parts of the machine are melted. It could be repaired, but it processed an absurd amount of energy, and it is now currently destroyed. And for a few moments, there's just confusion as you're worried about pieces of like Castle Never falling down on you and like taking shrapnel from this exploding machine. So I think people have like found themselves hunkered in different positions or like shield up, like ready to like block for other people. And then like you realize there's no threat. It's just a peaceful, charming, like birds tweeting, sunshine kind of day. But that was absolutely not the reality you saw 2 seconds ago. And so there's like a couple like as that one locks into place. And
Valen is standing there with a tray of sandwiches and beer. He's just like, what the fuck?
there's a couple moments pass, and Yusef just looks at Bella, looks at Itzel, and goes, so we wanted that to happen. Yes, that was good, right?
Everything has turned out the way it was supposed to. Yes.
Cell's just gonna take like one of his big like spanners or like, what like the just a really heavy wrench and just like start hitting the rest of whatever like exists of this machine into
Smashing
oblivion. Yep.
glass and breaking crystals.
Yep. Like everything that looks vaguely delicate. Like, yep, the
Hell yeah.
like never fucking again. Yeah.
Fair. Fair.
If we are destroying that, then perhaps we also destroy the schematics.
Yep, I can produce flame. That's a thing I can do. Yep.
Twitch the schematics. As you're just going down this
Yeah,
machine,
that lab is
and-
going to have to go too. Yeah, like the yep.
Yeah. Speaking of the lab,
there is a few moments where you see everyone kind of sees Bella like looking around. She's kind of said what she's doing now. She's just looking around expectantly. Itself smashing into this machine. Yusef being like, there's actually a couple of things. He like opens up his bag and she pulls out like small shape charges and is like, we can just start sticking these on this thing. And like the two of them just, I think, like
Bless
detonate parts of this machine as well.
If Odette sees that, I think she goes outside to see if things are happening in like Neverwinter proper, or like the dead are rising, or
As you go outside, the at first nothing seems to have changed, at least like on the outside, right? Like some of the building is still destroyed, stuff is still like damaged. But as you kind of start to like poke around, you realize like a lot of those like memorial shrines and like different like small sad gatherings that had been popping up around the city, there's been replaced with like beer tents and people celebrating and like people playing music, and you're like those indicators of those mourning loss of life for the last couple days have gone away, and it doesn't seem like anybody else really noticed. Seems like the people, you're still walking around with like those two different memories, but it doesn't seem like it's taken for the rest of everyone else. They just seem like people survived, and that's great.
so they didn't even have to like see their loved ones like rising from the grave or like getting off of slabs or something like that.
No, the loss and horror that they experienced washed away.
They still remember?
They don't seem to. They remember there was a fight. They remember there was a lot of destruction, but man, oh man, everyone got lucky.
Oh my god, did they remember the speech? Good.
A few.
He said the horrors. No.
You find there were a few people that didn't come back, right? You find pockets, right? There's some people who, hey, they died and they were ready to move on.
Yeah, chose not to.
But a majority of the people did. And it seems like nobody has to work through watching a loved one die traumatically and then appear again in front of them.
I think Odette writes in, if she can still communicate through the Book of Shadows to Lady Alora, I think she just writes, "It worked."
Lady, you see like a bunch of different texts from Lady Alora being like, "What is happening right now?" She seems to have a full knowledge of what just occurred, as she's like writing through and like goes finally.
Oh, she was texting me while
I see you all landed this.
Text.
I don't even read them while I say it worked.
It's like,
and then ellipsis. You're going to have to speak to Bella about that.
As you all kind of reconvene, you actually, in fact, see well, Bella, as you're finishing destroying the machine, you poke your own head around a corner,
Why?
and there's a very very tired, very impromptu clothed Bella who's looking back at you and goes, "All right, so." I could work with this, I guess. And like, Gray walks over and gives you a very large hug and just says, I'll figure out the details later, but thank you."
Is it Bella or Jin?
I think so. It is Bella.
Yeah, I was gonna say he was. Yeah.
I think it is Bella. And
Nice.
the rest of you come back to see two Bellas just kind of standing there, talking excitedly about the fact that it worked. And Gray says, "You know, I appreciate the dice roll on this, but you didn't have to risk all that for me. That was I appreciate you, but that was a hell of a gamble."
There was no way this was going to end without me figuring a way to bring you back. And I was confident I could do it without risking anybody else. And I miscalculated a little bit, but at least there was a bit of a buffer of some plan B to bring in to make sure that the plan worked. But you're here, and
I'm here.
we can figure out the rest of it later. So you can have a life again. You can live a life now. No more the creating clones or extending the weird life or making people think that they're my parents or your parents or something. That's done. But from here on out, we can just, that's it. Live. And this is the one. Be done with it.
All right, this is the one. We'll make this one count. I'm gonna have to borrow some of your clothes.
Oh, sure. And we can, if you don't want to stay looking like this, we can like change because like I had to use a body, and like you had all these bodies lying around, so they look like me, and so like it's kind of what we were able to do. But like you don't have to stay looking like me, like that I understand that that's probably weird for you. We can have you look more like you. Like there's ways to fix that. That's the easy part, is to fix you to look like you. But for the meantime, yes, like we can get you some clothes. Yes.
Yeah, we'll get that sorted. I mean, I'm not gonna complain. I have a body. I will figure out the rest. Thank you. A little more time passes, and there's a lot of talk about weddings, right? Between Yusef and Suri, right? Seeing like some of the rehearsals that happen with Odette and Azulana, and of course the dancers, who are all like, some of them have gone back to the stage. Some of them have actually, Valen, signed up for either like the militia or have actually like jumped in and asked how they can kind of join the Order of Tempest and get some like kind of continue the fight. So I think there's a mixed feeling of like Odette being very proud of these people, of your dance crew, like taking on this new initiative, and also being like, shit, I gotta recruit new people.
That's what auditions are for, my love.
Mm-hmm.
So,
But it was nice to kind of see them start to like fulfill these different roles, especially like Daphne and Aurora, like really take to joining the temple and trying to like bring more good to the Sword Coast in a way that they found to be they've been found themselves to be pretty good at.
Oh, Daphne is Valen's successor. That's his partner that he's going to be rampaging around the Sword Coast with. But her spirit of wanting to stand up for herself and not let this stand is exactly what he would expect. That was actually, just to let you know, that was my plan. If Valen ever was forced to use Lady Silverhand's ring and die, Daphne was taking up the sword with 1 level of paladin and 19 levels of dancer.
Oh, that would have been good. I like that a lot. Now there's a point where like they become recruits. You basically take Daphne under your wing and you start training, right? Itzel, the work continues to like again build up the city, and people buy in on that joint sense of purpose and community. And it's reached a point now where it's been some time since the attacks, since the fateful day of Zengi trying to activate his infernal machine. And at some point, people are going to start to be pulled different directions, right? They can always come back, but other things in life start to call. Gray does say, Bella, we do need to, once we're in a good place, go back and shut down that lab. Valid, you know that like while you are training and protecting the city, like soon there will be another call for Warriors of Tempest to go elsewhere and fight the next fight. Now, Itzel, you start to feel. I do think you have some conversations with Delon, who does come back and is very curious about it. That his offer, if you wanted to go travel, once everything is done in the city, because he's also been out there every day. He's a very skilled craftsman, has been trying to help rebuild things. And I think there's just like these very pleasant, cute conversations that happen in like those moments in between the work. And he's asked like, hey, once this is done and the city's back on his feet, like, do you want to travel east? I have to at some point. I'd love to have you accompany me, and then once we, I just want to go see the sights.
I want to be clear, this is not what Itzel says in the moment, but like, oh, it's van life is okay when it's your idea. I see how it is.
He realized he may have dropped the ball and is just
it's fine.
trying.
It's fine. It's fine.
He had a battle on his mind. He wasn't quite thinking about his retirement plan. He was just trying to think about what we're going to do to survive.
Hey, I've got a great idea.
Timeline.
Maybe you might enjoy this.
Yeah. Like,
Have you ever considered van life?
So she had some ideas for like starting like the monument in the chasm. I had some ideas about starting the monument in the chasm. And like depending on where east. So like yes, but one, she's like, I want to visit Callanport. I have not been. I would like to go. We were going to like portal there, and then we never did it. And in order to get to the Desolation of Shar, and I think Itzel would like to see whether or not like part of the Desolation of Shar could be like started to heal.
Just
About
Johnny
whether
Appleseed through it, yeah.
kind of, yeah. You know, and she's like, so I've got these like ideas for like a caravan wagon and like, you know, lots of color and blah. Like I could pull it some of the time in wild shape. We can get some like actual animals. It's good times. But yeah, I like I don't know if I have the like if your obligations allow you to. Like I definitely don't have a single place of either destination or settlement in mind just yet. So yeah.
Honestly, they do. They're very flexible. As the Emerald Enclave is charged you with just traveling, checking in, and basically ensuring that across the Sword Coast things are going well with any type of our initiatives, and that covers a far and wide range. So we have options to travel essentially everywhere.
I have not seen snow yet. I would like to do that.
There is an outpost in the Icewind Dales.
Oh, is he a Harper? Did I not know that?
No, he's one of the he's the first ranger of the Emerald Enclave.
There we go. Right. Okay.
So
You could be a penguin.
which is great because basically, I know that the book description of like the Emerald Enclave is like, oh yeah, we're just rangers, hunters, and trappers. Like I view them as a basically park service and restoration organization with the ability to go hardcore martial if needed.
Hmm.
So like when they're
What
not
was
fighting a
the-
war, like they are actively like building and conserving like areas of the Sword Coast and like improving the natural world.
Yeah. What was the alphabet soup organization for that?
They're in the Emerald Enclave.
No. Like in the like works progress like FDR era actual thing.
Oh, that's like reality. I don't know. That's not
Okay.
canon. I don't recall. I know what you're talking about,
Yeah.
so he says, yeah, there's plenty of places we could travel, and honestly, it'd be it would be great to spend some time with you and go see new exciting things together.
I'm glad that you finally came around to the correct conclusion.
He smiles. Just says, yeah, it helps. Clarity of mind occurs when there's not an impending battle. It's much easier to think about the future. I apologize if I gave off the wrong impression. I wasn't honestly sure if we would.
You got there eventually. It's fine.
But so Callanport or Iceland Dales?
The answer is both.
Which one first? I'm gonna have to figure out what to pack.
What season is it? Like, yeah,
He holds up like furs or sandals, and he's like, "I gotta." They're very different.
well, clearly we need to have our beach episode, so I imagine Callanport. Plus, Callanport's got the portal, so like easy back. Go there, come back.
Callanport it is. I'll send a few letters and start packing. Obviously, here first takes priority, but when we're done, we can start our journey.
Yep. Just like I said, glad you got there eventually. Nice job.
And I think he goes. Back to like, handing you materials as you are like rebuilding a building. But there's a moment where like, he hands off some tools and like his hands touch yours, and he just kind of lingers for a second and smiles again, and then like focuses back on like making sure this product is done correctly.
Mm-hmm. And I'm gonna like turn to Metzley and I'm gonna be like, I believe you owe me $10.
She like rolls her eyes and it's like,
hello.
Just hands you the money, and she says, "So you'll be traveling for a bit. That's exciting. That's gonna be really exciting."
Wow.
I guess. I mean, I think I might stay put for a while. Honestly, kind of throw down some roots, if you will. Just. You see like another flower bloom in her hair when she makes the joke.
Druid humor.
Just want to, I just want to figure out what my future looks like, and I think I think being here and helping for a bit is gonna start to help me lock into that.
just let me know if you want me to, look into it for you.
I appreciate that. If I get lost and need a bit of an reorientation, I'll take you up on it. But you better write.
Of course. I mean, like, how could I fail to send messages back to not only my beloved cousin, but one of the heroes of the fight against Zangi? I mean, if you had not come with me, I would not have made it this far. Multiple times over. Though I will never forgive you for making me do a speech.
It was a good speech.
It was not,
So,
but that's very nice of you to say.
she gives you a hug and just says, "Same." It was, thank you for getting me out of the Shadowfell. That could have gone very differently. And she says, she kind of looks over at Dylan and is like, "So, is this is happening then? Is this?"
Whenever he gets around, I guess, to figuring it out. Might be a while, but we'll.
Yeah, he's cute, but like, seems shy. He'll figure it out. But hey, if you go to the Calport beaches, probably gonna visit.
Naturally. No.
I'm excited for you. I really am. I'm gonna miss you though.
As if you could actually manage to lose me. No.
No. But
I dragged you this far. We only went halfway around the world. Still have the entire other half.
fair. It'll be exciting. And yeah, she gives you another hug and wishes you the best. Um, for Odette, um, what is the wedding plan? Is there one? Is this
Oh, the
Cole is at this point has like come up with like all these different like venues and ideas and is like we could build something, we can go here, there's a nice thing down the street, kind of want to stay away from the castle. I think Yusuf has a point there. We could go out on a boat, there's like a nice area up the coast where there's a sunset, like just he's just like slapping ideas up on the wall and it's just like we got everything. We could do it at the dance academy. We could do it as part of a play but make it real. Like he's like just so excited about the idea. And he just says, like, honestly, it doesn't matter where it happens. The important part is, like, the important part is just being with you.
I agree. I could not love you more. I thought that we already got married, but if you want,
We didn't have a ceremony though. It was so impromptu.
No, but it's
And
a wonderful idea. She had a wonderful. I think she did a wonderful job, but
That was actually a decent speech.
no, but and like I think she's just like kind of sitting like leaning against him, maybe like just off of the edge of the stage, and like the stage manager has like released everybody from the audition, and she's just like, I think a sunset would be lovely. Um, I think getting married under the moon would be beautiful. Uh, Harkening back to Lochduloon when we first met, um, I do like the idea of getting married here on stage as part of the play. As perhaps, yes, I think that would be a lovely thing. Let's do it that way, as a surprise. We'll see who is available if Itzel has not traveled yet. Um, she seemed like very excited to actually pack.
um, he says, I love it. I think that is a beautiful way to celebrate everything that we've kind of built
Thanks.
together. And General Alzalana says, if you want, I can run it.
You please, by all means, General Azulana, surprise us from behind the stage.
He's like, sorry, I didn't mean to pry. I just it's cleaning up after the auditions, and it would be my honor to do that if that's something that you would like.
That would be lovely. You are more of a parent to the both of us than our own parent, and that is not to throw shade at my parents, but we are shadow elves and such things happen. So that would be lovely. Now, the last time that you directed, things got a little out of hand, but we will make sure that that doesn't happen. Chantel is safely away. I have asked her for notes on occasion, but she is safely locked away.
That is, I think everything will go much more smoothly with her elsewhere.
Yes, and perhaps she will learn her lessons. But I am trying to think. Lydia Laura obviously must be here. And she kind of looks at the Book of Shadows and she's like, I know that I have relied on this for some time after your alleged death, General Azulana. I do wonder about giving it up. I know it is something that the Raven Queen would want, and full disclosure, she like puts her like pale hand on Cole's chest and big, vibrant violet eyes like looking straight into his. Full disclosure, Shadow the Raven Queen is my patron, and she was given a number of our dancers, and I think they were put away somewhere deep in her palace. And I do wonder if it is a bit of a museum of sorts. She does like me. Of this I am sure, because we are two women who have built ourselves up from the very shadows that we stand on. But I do not want to be part of a museum when I pass. And I think I will need guidance from both of you on what to do next. As like it or not, we are part of this now, and this is our life. And she kind of like gestures to the entire stage and the empty audience.
Cole thinks about it for a second and says, yeah, we will start working on a plan to unpack that. I do think for now that's the safest place that book can be. If it's not with her, then it's with you. But the when and how, we'll figure that out.
Yes. And perhaps it will separate me from my destiny with whatever lies with her. How romantic, though, to be frozen in time, to be looked upon by one viewer. Sometimes we do. We are actors and we are performers for an audience of one, but how lonely that sounds. I wonder if she ever gets out. If she would want to come to the wedding. She kind of narrows her violet eyes.
I love that. As the next couple weeks pass, everyone starts getting invitations to this play. That is,
it's a ballet and an opera.
Ballet and an opera. That Odette is directing and performing in. And that night, the room is packed, right? Valen, it gives you a chance to take a break from training with Daphne, who, holy crap, you've never seen a more enthusiastic acolyte. Just from the experiences that have occurred with Zengi and all the things that you fought, dozens of new acolytes showed up in response to just the call of keeping the city safe and wanting to just do something better to help everyone. And she very quickly just has a level of edge and combat prowess, and that is only found in like skilled warfighters who have just truly faced daunting odds and overcome them with just sheer force of will and determination, and just the inability to quit. And very quickly is kind of singled out as one of the top contenders for like future potential, and it's just been basically kind of glued to your side for training. Normally, it wouldn't have like the chosen one of Tempest training an acolyte, but in this case, with her potential, and probably you just going, "That's my trainee." They were like, "Yup."
Yeah. You want to make something of it?
Nope. Sounds right to me, boss. And so, yeah, the two of you attend. Other people from the
front
church
row
attend.
with a beer cheering.
Yep.
That's what you do in an opera, right?
Absolutely. I've been to just well shots off the stage. But yeah, Bella and Gray. Gray has played around a bit with some transmutation magic and is trying to find what he considers like himself at this point. Still hasn't quite landed on something, but he's just kind of been going through and just mostly saying, I haven't really had I haven't been me in a body for centuries. So like, yes, there's who I was, but is that still the case? I'll find something that eventually works. It's still like, but has settled on the like, I don't know, a couple of like classic like Bella isms. You do very look still very twinly. But it's still just kind of playing around with like eye color and like face shape and stuff like that. But you two attend as you kind of had your plan to like deconstruct the lab and get ready to enact that in the next couple of days. Itzel, Metzley, the Council of Waterdeep show up if they're invited. Obviously, your parents show up, right? Yusef and Suri show up. They have decided, and of course, the talking wedding, right? They'll be so excited that they're going to go sail around the world. That is their plan for the foreseeable future, is to just get out of the city and take some time to just reconnect. But they're not quite ready to leave yet, so they'll show up and everyone. What are the highlight moments, right? As this play is happening, there's scenes of great emotion, right? Great joy, great sadness, just pure gambit of just emotional tugs as it really compels you, and it almost feels like it's almost written for you. It just touches those deep personal moments as you're sitting there and you're reflecting back on what's happened over the last the last month for you all. What's the biggest takeaway as you're like good, bad, bittersweet, whatever emotion is invoked here as you're watching this play and it speaks to you? What's like the thought or memory that runs through your mind as you say like, this is something that I will just carry with me pretty much forever moving forward? Start, whoever wants to start. I'll save Odette for the last.
I mean, I remember when we started with the recruitment that Yusef did, that Odette did not feel like a fighter in the beginning. That, Bella was hiding behind everyone, but it was Valen and I that were willing to get our hands dirty kind of a deal. And Odette did not think or act at that moment like a fighter, because that was not a thing that was in, her experience or cards. And the like watching her on stage, I guess now in the ballet opera, the strength of the performance, or like the movements that she has now versus seeing her like dancer move in the beginning. I think, like, for Itzel, it's a little bit of a like, oh, she's such a little warrior now. The Yeah.
I love that. What about internally? What's something that Itzel's walked away with that's different?
God damn, I went first, so now I have to answer both prompts. So, um,
You can take a moment to think if you like.
yes, please.
Yeah. Bella, what's a moment that stands out to you, both like for stuff that happened to your friends and then something that Bella, you've had a hard fucking road on this one. What's something that you learned about yourself that's good or bad or bittersweet or something that you'll carry forward?
I mean, I feel like the elephant in the room would be to address the fact that it's like Bella got her memories back over the course of this adventure and remembered everything she did. That kind of caught, like, she was kind of at fault for a lot of what happened.
What's Bella gonna do with that now? Like, 'cause
I
now you have the unfiltered truth. Like, you know what happened, and you have righted a bunch of wrongs to the best of your ability, and now you are free of that. You have a life to live. What does that look like?
I don't think Bella actually knows what that. I think Bella went into that final fight thinking that was gonna be it, and she was gonna die. And now having to figure out, with all that knowledge, how to go and live with that is actually something she hasn't really figured out yet. So she knows she's gonna rely a lot on, like, feel she owes Gray a lot. So gonna, for the time being, kind of pour a lot of herself into making sure Gray is set up, however, to like live and like actually finally get a life.
I think this becomes a synergistic thing as Gray has sat for nearly a millennia, and he has had one purpose, which is to destroy Zangi, but the other purpose that he's had is to kind of also help right the wrongs that have occurred. He's got a lot of ideas on how to do that, because he knows that he has power and has purpose, but like hasn't really figured out like who he is in this new world yet. So the personality piece is a little lacking at times, but he's got the lock in for the drive, and I think that helps to compensate as Dell is like, I'm not sure what to do next. And he's like, I have an idea of what to do next, but I'm not sure who I want to be when it's done. I think
They're
that
just gonna go through life trying to figure out how to not be shitty people and how to meanwhile like live.
I think this is, yeah, Bella and Gray, once this is finished, are going to try and figure out, like, kind of just use a sibling bond to, like, orient each other towards a greater good direction, and figure out what that means for them.
Yeah.
And, like, just help each other when the other one kind of stumbles. And you feel that, too. It's actually been lovely just having Gray back for all, like, the, you know, all the big dramatic pieces that have happened. Like, it's the really the micro interactions that have been lovely, just like having someone else there who really truly like gets a lot of the stuff that's going on. Like,
Mm-hmm.
you know, he gets it. He'll sometimes challenge you, but it's not in a weird moralistic way. It's just a, hey, have you this is like more intellect to intellect, like, have you thought of this, like, let's like kind of work through this. But like, he truly gets and understands everything that's happened and like what has to happen going forward better than probably anybody else could. And just having that level of like understanding in somebody else has been a massive relief, because Bella probably doesn't feel alone anymore. Yeah, fantastic. What about Valen? You know that one, you definitely want to check in with the Raven Queen because there's a fight in the future, and that's something that it's not really on a timeline, but
It's in the books. Yeah.
it's in the books. It's a challenge, but he's trying to hear other calls across the Sword Coast, right? There's been kind of a discretion on where you go, right? The church has asked for people, but whether you, the chosen avatar of Tempest, decide to intervene or not is kind of based between you and Tempest. No one else is really telling you where to go. But there are physical threats that have popped up, right? There are other instances of like extraplanar beings and like strange monsters and other stuff that just plagues the world, and people have been asked for help. And there's also like the more esoteric battles out there of just trying to help change the viewer perception of like towns and cities and actually do greater good by just being a paragon of like virtue and justice, or by just being a paragon of drive and purpose, right? So there's a lot of places you can do good. It just depends on how Valen wants to do that and what you want Daphne to learn out of that.
Sure.
So what's
Valen's biggest takeaway from this, Valen was always a bodyguard. Valen's job was to keep people safe and to lead the charge and all of that. But this is the first time he's been in a group of badass people that could hold their own. And that's a huge deal to him. And so his goal, taking Daphne to all of these places to fight and protect people, is getting people to that point. He's trying to keep in mind his tenet still as a paladin of glory is that everybody has this in them. I need you all to step up and protect your own damn selves. And that's where we're going to be, because I see it in you. I know you can do it. And trying to get Daphne to lead them. We're all here to fight, but let's do this as a whole. We it's not just a one-on-one kind of thing here. So that's what he's doing up and down the Sword Coast right now.
There's a moment too as you're watching this play, like you look around and see like everyone in this room at some point in time you have fought with, right? They fought by your side in some capacity, and like that is it's a rare moment where you get to see like just spread across an entire journey all these different people who decided to step up in those moments. Some to be expected, like the Council of Waterdeep, but others like who were just people who got involved and just gave it their all and survived and like turned the tide about something, is honestly just a very satisfying thing to see as the culmination of this work that you have put in. All these people are now driving towards a greater purpose, and most of them are united because of actions you and your friends took. Does Itzel have a deep burning thing that she learned about herself?
It's the friends we made along the way. Actually, kind of maybe though. Yeah, the like the necessity of these people for the mission was where this started. And I think it's forced her in general to have to like accept a little bit of like the humanity and the gray areas of the cause, in a way that she was not that good at in the beginning. Still might not be amazing at now. The yeah, I think the like singularity of the task that they had in front of them was something that she clung on to very, very hard, and then having to like actually change up what we were doing and how we were doing it, and maybe even like compromise a little bit of that vision, was something that she had to do, whether she wanted to or not, but out of like respect and love for the team.
Hell yeah.
like, once again, like with the infernal machine, like, yes, I want all of those souls to come back. I don't want Bella to sacrifice herself because she feels like being a martyr. I guess I'll deal with Gray, like, which was pretty much Gray the entire time. The,
I love that.
yeah.
And last but not least, right, Odette. The show, the wedding, right? But also what's going through your mind, because you're a very skilled performer. You can see the audience, right? And while it won't distract you, like there are times where you're, you know, dancing, singing, delivering lines, like hitting those emotional beats, and just like seeing the reactions of your friends out in the audience, and knowing one that you are killing it in this play. Like this is between you, Cole, and Azalana. You have just crafted a masterpiece that is just speaking to the audience on an emotional level. But what also goes through your mind as you just see like friends, family, people you've saved out here, and knowing you're about to make this. Yeah, you already had the ceremony spell, but like a true blue, like not under threat or duress. Like this is like the moment of you and Cole choosing one another after like all the hell and you being here together. Um, what's going on with Odette?
She is remembering uh, the dastardly poison party that went on, and how everybody, not to repeat, but like stepped up and saved practically everybody there, between Bella's magic, uh, Itzel's like summoning different elemental powers and storms and healing, and the complete unit that is Sir Valen, um, uh, healing and harming in all the best ways. Specifically, Valen. I think there's a scene where it's a battle in hell between Odette and Chantel, and like they're just going at it, and eventually like it just keeps on going, and the spotlight just kind of moves over to Valen as he literally battles hell and chooses like duels with all of the demons down there, and a light hangs on like the golden head of the demon that you claim at the very end. Um, uh, but she thinks of all of the people that she's had to teach her, and for her to help as best as she could teach them, about uh, what it is to inspire one another, whether it be it's all like really reinforcing the fact that this is a prophecy, and like we are all a part of it. I think Bella struggling with her inner demons, but also the knowledge of so many lives that she wrote herself for herself, and that kind of culminating in a reunion with her brother, and the nigh avatar of battle himself, Valen, like finding love with a dancer, no doubt, and seeing her kind of like bring things out of him, as vice versa, he brings things out of her. But I think she walks away with the knowledge that eventually the mantles that we hold are nothing if they are alone. Like the mantle of the muse is nothing without others to inspire. You can't inspire yourself. And she knows that these will eventually pass on to others. Even though we have held them for 3 lifetimes. And that's what goes through her head.
I love that. The ceremony itself is beautiful, right? I think it's a combination of spoken word and elaborate dance, right? I think there's a lot of very good and dramatic blocking. But I think in those moments, Cole, not known for his, Cole does not improvise on stage. He improvises a lot in fighting, but he does not really forget or improvise off of lines, and so it does throw you a couple times, but in a very um, charming way, as he deviates just slightly from the script and just speaks to you from the heart in these just very some subtle but some very elegant ways where he is no longer playing the character. He is Cole telling Odette how he truly feels about you in front of all these people. And then, of course, snaps back into character. And then Azalana helping to just orchestrate this whole thing. And it is a just whirlwind of passion, music, and poetry as it concludes the audience, of course, standing ovation across the house, right? Everyone's invited to an after party, drinks, music, congratulations, your parents from the council, from all these different people, right? Your parents have always have adored Cole and are just like happy for you. And your mom has doesn't have a single snide remark. Is just genuinely happy for how things have played out. All right. Not snide remark, but you know how she can be sometimes.
Yeah. No criticisms, nothing underhanded. So.
No, everything was perfect. And just as the evening goes on, right, one by one, people begin to call it a night and head their separate ways after just a beautiful ceremony. And over the next few days, people start to say their goodbyes and journey out in their different directions. And I'll ask if there's anything that anyone wants to highlight before I hit the final scene.
I think, Jen, you're one of the best performers and actors that I know, and embodying somebody who's been thrown so many different curveballs. Andy,
Play a warlock.
You handled them so well and gave if there was anything devious and selfish, it only made the scenes more interesting, more spicy. But also, I think everybody wants the best for Bella, and Gray maybe, but like mostly for Bella. And
I love that.
I think that was a dynamic character. So
I have one final. I love that. I have one final scene. I just want to make sure I didn't miss anything character wise before I hit at the end of this.
I'm just
No. I love that dramatically because I do want to do that as well. About 6 months pass, right, as people go on their separate way. We see Itzel down the beach in Callanport. Valen, I do think at some point you have like taken up the Raven Queen on like that next fight, and you're like kind of making that journey with Daphne. Bella and Gray have the lab and all the like the research notes in the past have been destroyed, and the two of you have just slowly been like forging a new life, trying to figure out like what that looks like. And right now, I think it's researchers trying to figure out like the next big problem of the Sword Coast. Odette, you've become the biggest sensation uh, in Neverwinter, and of course, everyone keeps in touch with each other. And after the night of the play, a couple days later, Yusef and Suri wished you all a fond farewell and sailed off west into the kind of the sunset, right? And so it's very interesting when letters from Yusef arrive to you all across the Swift Coast. And as you crack open the seal and open them up, it says, "My friends, I wanted to give you an update on the past few months. Suri and I have been sailing around the coast. We have found time to simply reconnect with each other and ourselves in a way that was much needed. And I know it was a sad departure, but I'm just thankful for everything that you've all done for us. Who knew that just having a few people I would hire one day for a little bit of adventuring would turn into some of the best people and best friends I'd ever met in my life. Now, of course, I'm happy to see that you've all taken time to figure out what's next. But I wanted to throw an intrigue in your direction. If Suri and I in our travels have discovered unique waypoints throughout the sea that overlay into the astral plane, places where a ship could simply sail through the open sky into worlds far beyond our realities. We've, of course, been cautious in exploring this, but I felt that there's an opportunity for anyone looking for further adventure to see where these other realms lead. And so, by no means are you obligated. I thank you for everything, and if you wish to continue your lives, I wish you truly all the best. But if an astral adventure is something that intrigues you, here's a small island port. I will, of course, help pay whatever means necessary to get you there. But during this week, if you'd like to meet, I'd be happy to go on one more grand adventure with all of you. Your friend, Yusef Nasiri.
I wonder if the next batch of adventures would be called Astral Adventure.
Yeah. And that is the, I think, conclusion of the Veilbreakers campaign.
I was going to say, Valen turns to Daphne and says, "How are you at sailing?"
Last line.
She looks at the full plate she's wearing and goes, But yeah, we did it. So, no, that was honestly, that was a good campaign. You all rock. There's a lot of ways that could have gone, a lot of different things that could have happened, a lot of wild character stuff like Joe was mentioning. But yeah, I do happen to have, I don't know what's planned next, but it'd be crazy to just wrap things up and have no potential anything. So sometimes you just have,
of course it fucking is. Okay.
a potential option
I
to
wrote
go a little
it.
crazy.
No, it's in my goddamn notes. I'm like, are you launching a Spelljammer?
Am I launching Spelljammer? Fuck yeah! And you know what the best part is? The best part is you can
I'm
be
not even kidding. Are you launching a game? You can't see it. It says, "Are you launching a game?"
you just gotta have options, because the crazy thing is, like all these level 20 characters go into the astral sea, but like, you know what? Sometimes the power balance in the astral realms doesn't quite translate level to level. So like,
sometimes they're like, oopsies, I'm a paladin.
Yeah.
what do you mean I'm level 5 again? This is bullshit. So,
How did Samus lose all her gear again?
or alternatively, you play a 20th level astral sea game, and that's just nuts.
Yeah, that's nuts. Or you go down to 3 hearts for some reason, and you lose an ass just so.
It's like in Assassin's Creed, you just take all your gear and suddenly you can't fight. You somehow forgot how to fight and then have no gear, and you're like, oh yeah, this. Like, I somehow took all my training too. Like, I don't get it.
I just see a series, a montage of supercuts of like, well, why can't I do that? And Andy saying, you forgot.
You have amnesia. You haven't unlocked this ability yet. Like,
at least Baldur's Gate had a plausible explanation with the tadpole in your head.
That's true. I did like that.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't double jump. Like,
he's gonna put tadpoles in our heads.
I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, there was a moment where I was like, "Is it too soon to run a mind flare plot?" Because guess what? Again, Astral Sea, mind flares, nautiloids, all there.
I would only ask if like a dollop of like the good parts of like 2nd edition Spelljammer was thrown. Only the good parts though. So,
what are the good parts in your opinion?
I don't remember.
Yeah, I haven't played it, so
you can make up anything now and say this is the good part of 2nd edition.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the part where no one dies in the Astral Sea. Oh yeah, I love that.
Yeah.
But no, any parting thoughts or words? Sorry, now Joe, like that, like hit those. That was a great comment you made.
Sorry, I did it already.
No, you were good. I probably wasn't clear. I was just like, oh no, that's a very heartfelt, wholesome thing. Damn it, hold on.
By the way, also you get a letter. So.
Oh.
Now, this was a fantastic campaign. You are my favorite people. This is probably the best group that I have role played with, and this 3 years of
3 years
trying and fighting in vain to schedule sessions has been absolutely fantastic.
Highest CR is always the scheduling.
Yep.
Now I appreciate you, Chris, just being like, no, hit me like you mean it. I'm like, okay, cool, because that literally it made me do like just crazier shit in combat encounters. I'm like, I probably wouldn't consider this. And you're like, no, fuck you. I'm like, okay.
You don't do it, pansy.
Even though I don't appreciate Chris's hit me like you mean it, because I'm not good at that. I appreciate the cool combat that came out of Chris being like, hit us like you mean it. So,
it worked out.
It landed well, right? There were a couple fights. I was like, after round 1, I was like, I may have overdone this.
Those were the fights.
We always made it. It was okay. It was okay.
Yeah. You did warn us before, like the banquet, poison banquet. You're like, not gonna be good, and then like at the end, you're
some
like,
people gonna die.
Hopeful for, and we're all like, oh, I don't know, sir.
That was. I felt both really bad and really proud about that fight.
That was almost like a Brennan Lee Mulligan kind of like level. Like you have to make the stakes so much higher because we're performing, not because he's mean, but
I'll take that compliment.
You're mean, but we have an audience, so stakes.
I'm chill. That DM though, he's an asshole.
I actually think that kind of fits in like why I love this crew so very much is you guys between like, hey, hit us harder, oh shit, I need to be on top of like what I'm going to do 5 moves from now if and like, strategize a little bit better than like it's also a like I need to think fully through what this like looks like as a visual, what like my tone of voice is going to be like, does that make sense in character, like I appreciate the level that you all sort of like demand and set up, that it forces me to be better about things. So, yeah. You make me better. Do I make you? No. Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry, I'm thinking about the
I
little
think-
comic with like the cheese and the salad. I don't know if y'all are from. Anyway.
Yes, I am familiar.
Thank you. Yes.
I said
Yes.
thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Mhm.
I think that in this group there was a shocking amount of picking up what I'm putting down across the campaign, and there was some really good scenes of just playing off of each other.
Now there are a number of great times where you guys hit a point of synergy, and I was like, "Oh, one, phenomenal. Two, crap." But it's quite lovely to see it, especially
We're
like,
just like, oh, you told us to get good, huh? Okay.
well, especially dangling
yeah,
little pieces
I
of
do.
like, you want to grab this or do this, and people are like, "Yeah," and then grab it onto just like insane plot and just going with it. And it's like, oh, like that is my biggest thing, like, because the combat's cool. Like I like running cool combats and everything, and I like having the combat tied to some like good stakes. But at the end of the day, like the thing that I appreciate the most is that putting plot out into the world, if people don't interact with it, it just dies. Like if people come back and ask, like, "Hey, what's this NPC up to?" Or like, "Hey, I've got this weird ass item. It's like a cryptic half note of like odd summoning rituals, symbols or whatnot," and it's like, or just like little things that people remember and then come back to you and then want to interact with again, is like, oh yeah, that's just going to keep building, because it's like the equivalent of, oh, this is dude at the bar, and people are like, I don't want to talk to him. It's like, well, I kind of want to give me some plot. You guys
It's
dive in.
cutscene. You talk to the guy at the bar.
Yeah. But you guys dive into the plot, so that makes it. I'd have to spend less time chasing you down to get you into the plot, and more time trying to manage your insane plot decisions, which is honestly a great problem to have. Because then it's like, oh, cool. Now I have all sorts of neat stuff that we can do, as opposed to, no one's doing shit. This sucks.
Yeah.
So I love that.
I really appreciated everybody in this group, how much you would serve up plot to each, like everybody serves up plot to each other, so
Yeah.
the other person can like spike it for their cool moment or their cool plot hook that they've been like. So just like really setting it up for the other person to be like, it's waiting for you. It's here. Also. Because I feel
The
like I've
alley-oop.
played in lots of groups before where like people like have their own cool things they do, but I really appreciated this group for being like so willing to be like, hey, you have this cool thing you haven't done. You should do that, and that was cool. So
I do wish you turned into a bat.
Oh my
Never,
Oh my god.
never turned into a bat.
One regret is like, use the bat cloak.
I know.
It's all good. No, but I agree. Like that's actually great to watch too, because I'm like, oh, you guys are just creating your own plot. Oh, hell yeah! I'm just gonna write some stuff down real quick. Like phenomenal. But it's great because then it turns like the plot derives in the way you want it, and I'm just kind of putting little like bumper pin safeties on it to make sure it just goes somewhere. But that's awesome.
And thank you, Andy, for whatever backstory we had. Like picking up the pieces and making them interesting and running with them, and also like not standing in our way exactly. If you're like, there's a piece of lit dynamite in front of you. Do you grab it? And we're like, yeah. And you're like, great.
Cool.
Like,
Cool.
Okay, I got it.
Just
I got it.
Cool. All right. Like if we tried to make things interesting, you also were like, you didn't say no. You usually said, cool, let's roll a dice. So
honestly more fun. Like, because that's way better than any. Whatever happens on the dice is way better than any bullshit I can just decline. So, but yeah. Well, with that, unless anybody else has any other parting thoughts.
I don't know if the audience has any accolades to get. I'm kidding.
Tell us how.
Chat.
Give us validation. Fuck.
By following us and joining our Discord.
Yeah, and donating and like
Donating to good causes. And,
yeah, telling us that our hair is good or something. I don't know.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, just my hair's actually really not that floppy today.
It looks really good.
Y'all did good. Oh, we did good. Yay. So, and have good hair. Phenomenal. But no, thank you for those who like hung out in the chat and kind of offered just some incredibly hilarious comments at various times. I know for a fact I would just be doing a scene, look over and read something, and just crack up, and I'm like, ah, damn it. But also like just being engaging, because it's fun to do this because it's for an audience, and so there's a little bit of like the fourth wall, blah blah blah, but like the fourth wall doesn't like actually respond to anything. It kind of sucks. Like we all know it's there, but it's like when people are like, oh, that's really cool, what about this, here a comment, and it's like, yay, this is fun. Like, here's a terrible idea, that's a great idea, like let's use that. So that's a lot of fun, because that's really like the only difference between this and just playing online and just hanging out, is like having that audience participation that kind of lends an interesting aspect to it. So thank you is a long way of saying that. But I want to find someone to raid.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to start building an Astral Sea campaign, I guess.
I won't lie. Like, I went to D&D Beyond, and I was like, how do I just reset everything? I'm like, okay, oh yeah, long rest. And I click long rest, and it reset my HP to something lower. I'm like, oh. Well, okay. Hopefully we don't have to deal with anything dire. And then there was a machine.
I was actually real stressed with all those nat ones that were coming up on the Infernal Machine. I was like, oh, this is...
Yeah. Andy, do you remember
That was
hilarious.
stressful.
Do you remember the end of the Cthulhu campaign? Where like there was another wedding. This is a theme with Andy, by the way. There's another wedding, and my character
It was very Shakespearean, actually. Right?
cursed by Vicky remembers. I was cursed by like the lad with the lamp, like a very mysterious creature, and then my sister did like an entire wedding ceremony to like undo it because Call of Cthulhu. And you were like, roll to see what happens, and then I rolled like the equivalent of a nat 1, and then we used another dice, like to
is that like a push your luck roll or something?
undo it, to push your luck, and then it was like the opposite. It was like 100. And I was like, yeah, okay. Well, that's owlbear or whatever device we use.
I love the emotional roller coaster. Although my personal favorite was at the end of one campaign where I'm pretty sure I kidnapped you with aliens and just like left. I was also Cthulhu. I was like, well, the aliens take it anyway. That was a very different set of dice rolls, but sometimes Cthulhu doesn't end well. Yeah. But there's no one to raid right now, which is crazy.
I mean, we could raid.
It's a Sunday night.
Yeah,
raid somebody playing a Baldur's Gate solo run or something.
All of our people are offline.
I was gonna say, can we find like someone who has like no one watching them?
Yeah, and be like, hey, we're here to help.
I can click around and see what I find, but yeah, if we've got like 60 some people we follow, they're all offline right now. But
I think we should take that as a sign that everyone should go to bed because they have work tomorrow.
I suppose. But I'm gonna hit the thanks for watching screen, and then we're gonna call it a night. So thanks for hanging out. Great campaign, everyone. So
thank you, folks.
Have a good night.
Yeah, 3 years.